Master Tapes with Squeeze was presented by John Wilson and the producer was Paul Kobrak. And you can hear the B-side of the programme tomorrow night here on Radio 4 Extra at 9.
This is
BBC Radio 4
Extra.
Now we begin a 10-part reading of James Sallis's novel Eye of the Cricket. New Orleans detective Lew Griffin is asked to find a missing boy.
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Ray Shell. We're in New Orleans in 1997, long before the devastation wrought by Hurricane Katrina in 2005.
The storm came in over the lake, bowing the shaggy heads of young trees and snapping branches off the old, blowing out a metairie where the white folks live. In my own backyard, 100-year-old water oak at last gave in, splitting in half as though a broadsword had struck it, opening like a book. Astonishingly, what had begun as a letter to an old friend to Vicky in Paris had become the opening pages of a novel, the first real writing I'd done in over 4 years, though a novel not so much new as reimagined. I paused a moment, sipped at bourbon. It was midnight, it was raining. I glanced out the window and went on. Life is cruel, old friend, n'est-ce pas? His shoulders rose and fell in that peculiar shrug only the French, even Louisiana's long relocated French, seem able to bring off. Boudelot had come to tell me that my son was dead, needlessly, stupidly dead, though in fact there had been no need to tell me. I had known from the way he entered, his pause in the doorway, light splaying its broad fingers on the bar, what message he brought. Probably I had known all along. Again, he shrugged. We drank. It wasn't bourbon in my glass, but non-alcoholic beer, Sharps. 4 years since I'd done much real writing. 4 years since I'd had a drink. Somewhere along the way, a lot earlier than I wanted to think about, alcohol's smile had become a grin, then just bared teeth. Whole chunks of my life had fallen into that maw. Friends, intentions, memories, years. The phone rang. I read the last line or two, keyed in Alt, F, and S, and leaned over to turn down the volume on Son House's Death Letter Blues. She a good old gal gonna lay there to Judgment Day. The computer chirred briefly to itself. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour. A voice that sounded like a lot of my students, young, not from New Orleans or the South, reluctant to release the ends of words. We're trying to reach a Mr. Lew Griffin, the author. This is Lew. What can I do for you? Excuse me, sir. You're the one who wrote The Old Man? I'm afraid so. But it had gone permanently out of print, like many of our civil liberties sometime during the Reagan-Bush dynasties. All right, this is kind of complicated. I waited. Mr. Griffin, my name is Craig Parker. I'm a fourth-year medical student currently assigned to the emergency room at University Hospital. Listen, this may be really off the wall, but we have a guy down here in Trauma 1. A garbage truck backed over him. Driver says none of them ever even saw him. He'd already been beat up pretty bad, left there in the alley, the police figure. This is someone I know. He told you to call me? No, sir, he's not able to tell us anything. Then I don't think I understand. Yes, sir. Excuse me a moment, sir. Someone close by him spoke insistently. He responded, listened, responded again. Then he was back. Mr. Griffin, can I call you right back? 2 minutes tops. Sure. It was closer to 20. I sat watching the cursor blink on the screen before me, checked out the Spiders catch, listened to Blind Willie, Robert and Lonnie Johnson, Blues Night on WWOZ. I thought about Buster Robinson, Dead, 10, 12 years now, singing the refrain of going back to Florida in a club on Dryades when a bullet meant for someone else dissected his aorta and left him suspended forever on the 7th. I'd learned a lot from Buster, a lot about the blues. Later on, more important things. "I do apologize," the young man Parker said when he rang back. "Here's what I called about. The guy I told you got run over, worked over before that, was brought in with no name or ID, nothing. But afterwards, one of the nurses thought to look through his clothes piled in the corner and found a paperback book in his back pocket." "The old man?" "Yes, sir. There's an inscription on the title page, 'To David,' and your signature." 2 hands, one of terror, another of hope tore at my heart. "Can you tell me what your patient looks like?" "Afro-American male, probably late 20s, 6 feet or so, I'd say, maybe just over, and lean. Athletic build, brown eyes, hair cut short, clothes ill-fitting, much used but clean, not too far in the past. From one of the churches or missions, maybe." I reached out to shut the computer off. "Would it be possible for you to come down here and have a look, Mr. Griffin? Tell us if you know him?" "All right," I said. I finished my glass of sharps, looking out at the nebula, a spider web floating aslant in the darkness, then at the photo on the wall across from the desk. It was the only thing in the room hinting towards any effort at decoration. Richard Garces had given it to me, a snapshot he'd taken of Laverne when they worked together at Fuchsia Women's Shelter a month or so before she died. She'd stuck her head in the door to ask a question about one of his clients and been trapped there forever, smiling and at the same time instinctively trying to turn her head away. Richard's lover, Eugene, successful fashion photographer by trade, starving fine art photographer by inclination, had cropped and enlarged the snapshot. Laverne and I had met when we were both little more than children and had gone on chipping away, sometimes together, sometimes apart, most of our lives. No one had been more important to me. My life was inexorably linked with hers, and yet there was no one to whom I had been less kind, no one among the many I had hurt whom I'd hurt more. Once Vern said to me, "We're just alike that way, Lew. Neither of us is ever going to have anyone permanent, anyone who'll go the long haul, who cares that much." But she was wrong. In the last years of her life, years during which for the most part I never saw her, she got off the streets. She educated herself, became a counselor and the quietest sort of hero, helping retrieve others' lives even as she ransomed her own. She fell deeply in love, married, and was on her way to reuniting with lost daughter Alouette when a stroke struck the last blow at the marble. By way of saying farewell and the many thank yous I'd never had time for, I searched out and found Alouette. But after a time, she, like so many others, had gone away. Gone away as had David, my own son, into the darkness that surrounds us all. It occurred to me now that Laverne may well have been the finest person I've known.
"Oh, baby, I'm tired of crying over you. Oh, baby, I'm tired of crying over you. I'll cry 'cause I love you so, but I swear I ain't gonna cry no more."
Leaving, I turned off lights, threw the switch to shut down power to the slave quarters, stopped off in the kitchen to open a can of tuna with egg bits for Bat the cat and have a glass of water from the tap, then walked 3 doors down to where, as usual, the bright green DeVille taxi sat out front. "Father home?" I asked the young man who came to the door. Rap's heavy, chop-beaten, nervous legato lyrics filled the room behind him. "Yeah," he said. "Think I might speak to him, Raymond? That possible?" "Don't see why not." Norm Marcus appeared behind him, peering out. He wore baggy nylon pants, a loose-zipped sweatshirt, shower cap. "Lew, it's been a while. Cal and me, we're just sitting down to breakfast." I never had been able to figure when this family slept, what kind of rhythm they were on. "Why don't you come on in and join us? There's plenty of food, and we can always find an extra chair somewheres." "Thanks, Norm. Some other time, soon. I promise. You need a ride?" "Afraid so, but look, you're about to eat." "No problem, Lewis. Just wish we'd see some time when you could stay a few minutes. Where are we going?" From his couch, Raymond carefully ignored our departure. "I apologize for taking you away from your family and your dinner, Norm," I said as we turned on to St. Charles, "but it's important. You wouldn't ask otherwise." He took Jackson to Simon Boulevard, turned on to Padres. The hospital was surrounded by stretches of vacant lots behind chain-link fencing. As he cut between two of them, I said, "I think my son's in the ER." He nodded. "Hurt bad?" I told him I didn't know. Neither of us said anything else until we pulled in at the hospital. "You want me to come inside with you, man, or wait out here?" I shook my head. "But thanks. Anything I can do, you let me know." "I will." "Tough, huh?" I started away when he called out, "Lewis?" Put a closed hand to his ear. "Call me."
Well, I wish I was in New Orleans. I can see it in my dreams. Arm in arm down Burgundy, a bottle and my friends and me.
One might have expected to see Craig Parker with his elegantly understated clothes, blonde hair, and strong features in the pages of a fashion catalog rather more than in this chaotic, bloody, antiquated ER. Yet, surrounded by junkies and drunks, gunshot wounds, knife-ins, crushed limbs, and cardiacs, he seemed strangely at home here, calm and in control. "Come with me, please, Mr. Griffin." We went down a hallway straight and narrow as a cannon. "Something I need to tell you. Bear right here, sir. Shortly after we spoke, the patient arrested. He came back pretty quickly, but whenever the bottom drops out like that, it's a tremendous shock to the system. We put him on a respirator, chiefly to take some of the strain off his heart. I know, Dr. Parker. I've been through this before. Searching for Laverne's daughter, Alouette. First, I had found her premature baby on a ventilator in a neonatal intensive care unit up in Mississippi. Alouette herself had been on one for a while." He nodded. "I wanted you to be prepared. Most people aren't. Here's the book before I forget." He pulled it from one bulging side pocket of his lab coat. The cover was all but torn away, mended top and bottom with Scotch tape. Cover, spine, pages, all were filthy, mottled with a decade and a half of spills. I hadn't seen a copy in years, but holding it now, I remembered, with a physical lurch of memory and an instinctive motion to save myself as though about to fall from a precipice, the day I sat writing the final chapter. "He's in here, Mr. Griffin." Through the open door, I saw several people standing over a gurney. On it lay a nude, catheterized young man. One of the workers was between us, and I couldn't see the young man's face. A bright green ventilator stood by the wall, squeezing air into him through plastic tubes that danced with each respiration. Other, smaller tubes snaked down from poles hung with bags of saline and medication. Tracings of his heartbeat, respiratory pattern, and blood pressure stuttered across the screen of a monitor overhead. I looked around, back along the corridor. There were windows far away at its end, lots of windows. Rain washed down them all.
Oh, bottle and my friends and me, New Orleans, I'll be
was Tuesday. The day before, our 10th straight day of rain, I made it to Modern European Novel almost on time, and, standing in the doorway soaked in a drip, was surprised to find the room filled with students. Water boiled up everywhere out of the canals and drainage system. Large animals, small cars, and children were being swept away, and still these kids showed up to talk about literature. I remember a musician friend, a guitarist, telling me he got gigs mostly just because he made them, because he always showed up. That was pretty much how I'd wind up teaching English Lit. "Who's taking Modern European Novel this semester, with Adams off in Berlin?" the chair asked at a department curriculum meeting. And someone says, "How about Griffin over in Romance Languages? He's a novelist." Next thing I know, I find myself on temporary trade like a ball player. How much of our life occurs simply because we don't step backwards fast enough? Today, we were discussing the Nighttown sequence from Ulysses. In past weeks, I had sketched out for them the basic structure of the novel and stood by, I hoped, as they discovered that not only was the book fun to read, it was actually funny. No one had ever told us that before, Mr. Griffin. Probably not. Ulysses was offered up to them, to us all, as some kind of intimidating monolith like those giant gates in King Kong. You had to beat on the drums and chant the right formulas before you dare let that beast of literature loose. The sequence is phantasmagoric, equal parts dream or nightmare and drunken carousing. Here, more than anything else, it resembles Beckett's work. Like Beckett's, it's about nothing, and at the same time, about everything. All the novel's characters and relationships, all the novel's figures, one might even say the whole of civilization. Prefiguring Finnegan's Wake, Mrs. Mara, in the front row, and a denim miniskirt today. Exactly. In the Nighttown sequence, all these characters and relationships, real, mythic, imaginary, reappear, maybe resurface is the best way to put it, in various transfigurations. "But why?" said Kyle Skillman. Limp blonde hair, face forever red as though recently scrubbed. His aching for a world where everything fit could break your heart. I found myself wondering, not for the first time, if he might be in some kind of emotional trouble. Anyone want to answer Mr. Skillman's question? I looked around the room. Eyes sank to the floor as though on counterweights. Mrs. Mara? "Obviously, dreams are a kind of art, our most personal expression, one of the ways we make sense of our world. Or, in a sense at least, recreate it, yes." Mrs. Mara swung her leg at all of us in approval. I, for one, beamed at our collective brilliance, but Skillman still looked worried, loose pieces everywhere. Let's look then at this most telling of resurfacings from the Nighttown sequence, the sudden appearance of Bloom's dead son, which ends it. Against the dark wall, a figure appears slowly, a fairy boy of 11, a changeling, kidnapped, dressed in an eating suit with glass shoes and a little bronze helmet, holding a book in his hand. He reads from right to left, inaudibly, smiling, kissing the page. And so our discussion continued for most of the hour, rain slamming down from outside, pools of water from umbrellas flowing into one another, Sally Mara helping urge reluctant students from point to point like some fine intellectual sheepdog.
Going back in Florida, where you got to plow, you got to hoe. Going back in Florida, where you gotta plow, you gotta hoe. You gotta do one of the two, 'cause you know somebody's gotta go.
"Mr. Griffin," someone said as I stepped into the hall, "you have a minute?" Older than most of them, hair cut close, black suit giving him a vaguely Muslim look, collarless white shirt buttoned to his neck, left hand curved around a history text. He held out the right one. "Sam Delaney, you're not one of my students." "No, sir, though I would be if my schedule weren't so tight. I'm pre-law." We went down the stairs and into the storage room the school insisted upon calling my office. "So what can I do for you, Mr. Delaney?" I waved him into the chair across from the desk. "I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Griffin. You're kind of a hero to some of the students, you know. They look up to you." I had no idea what to say to that, so I kept quiet. "I was born across from the Desire Projects. First 16 years of my life, I looked out the window. That's all I saw. Never guessed the world could be any different. Hard to relate to professors with their tenure and Volvos and their nice, safe homes out in Metairie. But you're not like them. You're still out there. Always have been." "Not for a long time." He shook his head. "I read your books. Some of them are hard to find." "Some of them probably ought to be a lot harder." "They tell the truth, Mr. Griffin. That's important." "Yeah, I used to think so too." "That they tell the truth or that it's important?" "Both." I looked out my so-called window, a sliver of glass set sideways just inches below the 7-foot ceiling. Rain had slowed to a drizzle. There was even a hint of sunlight. "You want to get some coffee?" "I'm from New Orleans, Mr. Griffin. I'm always ready for coffee." We crossed from the campus to a corner grocer that had 4-seater picnic benches set up in the back half of the store, and from 10 till they ran out, served some of the best roast beef po' boys, jambalaya, and gumbo in town. We got coffee in thick-walled mugs and snagged a table just as two business types, coatless but wearing short-sleeved blue dress shirts and ties, were getting up. "So just what is it I can do for you?" I said as Delaney sat across from me. "You find people?" "Sometimes, yes, but as I told him earlier, not for a long time now. I'd let teaching become my life, drifted into it because the currents were flowing that way." "I take care of my family," Delaney said. "Financially, I mean. My father disappeared when I was 4. The other kids' fathers, I had one half-brother, 15, 2 sisters, 11 and 8. They disappeared a lot faster. I look out for them all." A familiar story, though never one the conservative axis with its one-size-fits-all family values wanted to hear. The poor, disadvantaged, and discarded are an awful lot of trouble, if only they behave. "And your mother?" "She's still with us. Alive, I mean. It's been hard for her. She's used up." "Yeah, I guess that says it all right." "She the one you want to see me about?" He shook his head. "My brother," he said. "Half-brother, really. Sean, like John with a shoe." He took a mouthful of coffee, held it a moment, swallowed. "One day last week, Thursday, Sean leaves for school same as every morning, scooting out the house half-dressed and already half an hour late. After school, he's scheduled for the 4 to 8, so no one's looking for him till late." "Where does he work?" "Donut shop up by the hospital." "Toro?" "Yeah. And sometimes one of his friends would drop by the store about the time he got off, and they'd hang out for a while, so it might be 10, 11 before he showed up home. But that night, 10 comes and goes. Mama's home by then. I stay with the girls while she's at work, but we still just figure Sean'll be alone in a minute. Next morning, couldn't have been later than 6, not even light outside. Mama's at my door with the girls." Sean was a no-show. "Right. Mama fixes us all breakfast, and when Sean's school opens up at 8, I go down there. Not only wasn't Sean in class the day before I find out, but he hadn't been there for 2-3 months. And you didn't notify anyone, I say? We just figured he dropped out, the teacher told me. He's 15, I tell her. Yeah, I know, she says. Lots of them don't last near that long." "Have you talked to his friends?" "I tried. Turns out the ones I knew, kids I remembered being his friends, he hadn't had much to do with them, or they with him for a long time. He must have others, but I haven't found them." "Not a good sign. People change habits and friends like that. Usually it means a lot more is changing." "Yes, sir. I know." "I'll need the name of his school. kids you already talked to, his teachers, anybody you know who works with them, usual hangouts, particular interests. He took a manila envelope out of the book and passed it across to me. The photo inside showed a light-skinned, smallish, compactly built young man with prominent features and hair clipped almost to his scalp. Could easily be in his 20s. The rest was details, names, lists, nouns with no verbs. I slid everything back into the envelope. Phone numbers were on the outside, his own rented room, his mother's apartment, the university library where he worked most evenings. "I'll do what I can," I said. "I appreciate this, Mr. Griffin. Don't expect too much, and what there is likely to be bad." That afternoon, I visited his half-brother's school, his mother at work, and the donut shop. The kid behind the counter, with a shock of hair like carrot tops shooting off his head and wearing a dough-smeared assistant manager tag, confirmed that Sean Delaney had failed to show up for work last Thursday. He'd also missed his shift on Friday and again on Sunday, nor had he called in any of those times. Sean's homeroom teacher, a Miss Camille Brown, couldn't be more specific about when Sean had stopped attending school. "I'm sorry," she kept saying. I believed her sorrow. She was in her early 20s, couldn't have been at this for more than a few years. Already she looked about her as though unable to remember how she got here or exactly where here was. Her eyes and voice were effectless, like those of young soldiers. At Rightway Dry Cleaners on Barone, the boy's mother, Rachel Lee Baldwin, reiterated what Sam Delaney had told me, admitted that Sean hadn't been talking to her much these days when she did see him, and said that she had to get back to work. She too had a vague, shell-shocked look about her. That night after dinner at Dunbar's, I walked down Carondelet into town and prowled the quarter a while before settling in at the Napoleon House. I sat there watching those around me, those walking by past the French doors that opened one wall of the bar to the sidewalk outside, and thinking about a passage from Ulysses, "The sadness, the dark in Dublin late at night," Joyce wrote, "is swinging. People who do not want to go home, who will not go home, who have not got a home, lurch and stagger in the gloom, moths without a candle." About 9, an off-duty cop came in. We got to talking about the murder rate and the new mayor, wondering if the city would ever haul itself back up right. Hours later, though I'd only had coffee and club soda, I lurched and staggered home myself.
Rachel was reading the first episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.
And the story continues this week at 9:30. In part 2 tomorrow, Lew searches his own troubled past for clues. It's 50 years since the death of the writer J.R.R. Tolkien. Our drama later tonight is Robin Brooks' playful tribute to his long friendship with C.S. Lewis. Lewis and Tolkien, The Lost Road, is at midnight. But before that, let's step into the magical world of the comedy.
Handsworth Revolution.
This is BBC Radio 4 Extra.
Now our reading, Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. When a patient turned up at a New Orleans hospital claiming to be the writer Lew Griffin, no one was more surprised than the real Lew Griffin. The encounter has sent him on a journey that is taking him deep into his past.
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Ray Shell. We're in New Orleans in 1997. Lew Griffin, writer, teacher and detective, has been to hospital to visit a man run over by a garbage truck. The man had a copy of Lew's novel, The Old Man, in his pocket, inscribed by the author to David. David is Lew's son, who had left home and disappeared some years before.
I remember a December, unseasonably warm. It might have been June. Sometime in the late 60s, cataclysms everywhere. Social, racial, personal. The whole period's kind of a blur. Not a good time for me, as they say. I've been thrown out of yet another apartment, spent the night in a covered bus stop having intermittent elliptical conversations, and at 8, when it opened, was standing outside the K&B at St. Charles and Napoleon, waiting to buy a pint of bourbon. Someone else was there before me, a neatly dressed businessman type in his Lincoln with the windows up and radio on. He asked for 2 pint bottles of vodka, and at the register, for just a moment, our eyes met in a silent kinship, 2 men buying liquor at 8 in the morning. There was a period back then when I lived for over a year on something like $400. Rent for a small apartment, a kitchenette in one room, maybe even a tiny bedroom was $75. I'd pay a month's rent and move in. Wouldn't be able to make the second month, but they wouldn't throw me out till the third, then I'd move on. At first, each new place was a step down the social scale. Later on, they seemed more like steps down the evolutionary scale. I'll never forget the last one. I rang the front bell, and up from the stairwell of the basement where she lived rose a stork-like woman, flanked by 3 dogs whose skin had peeled away in patches, leaving narrow dark septums around white flesh. The apartment's floor was warped. Linoleum in spots had fused with the floor's wood. Missing boards held in place windows, themselves missing panes, beyond which hung screens orange with rust, screens so brittle that pieces broke away when I touched them. Pipes in the wall drummed furiously whenever anyone flushed the toilet or ran water, but it was all I could afford, so I took it. I paid, moved in my 2 paper bags stuffed with clothes and books, drank a celebratory 6-pack, and fell asleep. About 3 that morning, I woke to a languid, warm breeze through which stars shone brightly, and a light rain fell and went out. And that was it. I never went back there. The next time I woke, it was in a hospital with this guy's face 6 inches from my own saying, "Hey, bud, you in there?" Don thought I never knew how bad it got, but I did. Drinkers always know. We've just turned ourselves into experts at not noticing. All those years, almost every night I'd wake at 2 or 3 in the morning, heart pounding to the call of sirens across the city. Naked and sick, I would stand at the window, promising myself the whole thing wasn't going to start up again, thinking I won't, knowing I would.
Well, I got a bad liver and a broken heart. Yeah, I drunk me a river since you tore me apart. And I don't have a drinking problem, except when I can't get a drink. I wish you'd have known her, we were quite a pair.
I have the red beans and rice, Richard Garces said. Please tell me they're not left over from Monday. Monday was traditionally wash day in old New Orleans. Fix-ahead pots of red beans and rice simmering on the stove. Many restaurants carry on the tradition. It's a city that embraces tradition. Tuesday at the latest, Tammy said. One hygiene-clad hip went high as she rested hand and odor pad on it. No reason you notice, but we do move a little slow round here. They barely moved at all. Moochies reminded me of those time capsules they used to bury back in the 50s, full of artifacts, a newspaper, recordings of popular songs, comic books, Kool-Aid packets, a nylon scarf, souvenir ashtrays, Formica, fake wood paneling, and bright plastic everywhere. Hank Williams, Patsy Cline, and Jimmy Reed on the jukebox. We did our best, Richard, Don Walsh, and myself, to get together like this at least once a week, have dinner, talk things over. Sometimes it would get put off week after week. Other times it might happen every day or two. Over 5 or 6 years, I guess it averaged out. And to drink, Tammy said? Coffee. Don ordered rigatoni, salad with Italian, and a beer, any kind. I looked at him. He shrugged. I asked guiltily for a large Caesar. Blood work on my 2 most recent hospitalizations over a year ago had shown high cholesterol, but I tried not to think about it. Iced tea now, coffee after. Tammy, how's Byron? Richard said. He's fine. Said to tell you hello in his last letter, now that I think about it. Still in Atlanta? Oh, yeah. Couldn't haul him out of there with a team of Clydesdales. At college in the 60s, both of them impossibly young, Richard, as they used to say, had brought Byron out, or they'd brought one another out. Then they'd openly lived together for a number of years, something people throw parties and send out invitations for nowadays. But back then, that was sort of your own personal Pearl Harbor. It was underground nuclear testing in your backyard, commie infiltration at the DAR, dry rot in the moral fabric. Steal with Chip? You bet. They finally bit the bullet. Got married last year. And your folks? She shrugged. Maybe with time, Richard said. Tammy's glance said, no way. There wasn't that much time. She dropped our order off at the kitchen. So it wasn't David after all, Garces said, returning to the conversation Tammy had interrupted when she came to our table. No, though it could have been. Assuming David is still alive, Walsh said. I nodded. Of course. But in some very odd, some particular way, it felt as though it were David when I first got the call. I tried to explain what was going on within me as I walked into that room. Warm fronts and cold fronts collide in high-pressure areas, patches of dazzling sunlight, scatters of raindrops the size of cities. Tammy brought out drinks. No way to explain the connection, Richard said. What was he doing with David's book? No way to know there was a connection. He'd had that book a long time. Someone had. I take it there wasn't any ID on him. I sent a lab tech out for prints, Walsh said. Lots of mental hospitals routinely fingerprint their admissions. He's been on the streets long and it looked like he has, then chances are good he's in the system somewhere. A match is going to roll up. I was at the hospital all night, I said. About noon, he stabilized and got shipped upstairs to one of the ICUs. He since regained consciousness, but he was anoxic during the arrest. No way to know how long, really, or how much damage was done. This may be just another dead end, Lew. Maybe.
I speak to you, I think you understand, you know you made your son Joseph a dangerous man, boy. He's gone to town, bought himself a gun. This could happen to every mother's son.
David had disappeared years ago during a summer in Europe. In effect, he fell off the edge of the world. He'd written his mother almost every week, then the letters stopped. 2 months passed. Her own letters to him, sent post restant to a post office in Paris, were never returned. I tried to trace him, got Vicky and her husband in Paris to run things down at that end. talked to the chairman of his department and to David's sole friend in Columbia. Had an old friend of my own, a detective in New York, follow up there. Dooley was able to place David on a non-stop flight, Paris to New York, then to a cab that dropped him downtown, maybe Grand Central or Port Authority. There, the trail went cold. Dead ends. It was all dead ends. I had put the mini-cassette with its 2 20-second segments of blank tape where someone had called, stayed on the line, and said nothing. Whenever I heard them, trapdoors fell open beneath me, away in my desk. They're pulling a tube tonight, I said as Tammy brought out food. If he's able to remember, able to talk at all, I'll find out what the connection is with David. Assuming there is one. Right. Get you anything else? Tammy asked. We told her no. She told us to enjoy. You want me to come along, Lew? Walsh said. No need. I've spoken with the doctors. They say it's okay. I'll be home. They give you any problem, you call me. Something else. I told him about Sean Delaney and asked if either had any suggestions. Richard shook his head. Lew, you ever gonna learn to say no? No. I get it on the network tonight, if you write it all down for me. I already had and handed it across. Richard was part of an underground information system, social and mental health workers who'd more or less stumbled onto this as an effective shortcut. He used it before to help me find Laverne's daughter. And tomorrow morning I'll talk to some of the people on the streets, slide them into it, kids especially. Thanks, Richard. It's nada. Speaking of which, he said, turning to Dawn, the streets and kids, not nada. How's Danny doing? Walsh shrugged. No job yet? Jobs were rain, he'd be cactus. He did work half a day at a place on the Buddy in a canal, one of those old diners that looked like a trailer. The manager, kid about 10 years younger than him, started to show him how he was doing something wrong, and Danny just walked out, showed up at the house still in his apron. I figured things weren't going too well when he missed our lunch last week. Days go by when I hardly see him at all. Others, a block and tackle couldn't get him out of the house. What can you do? Not much, Dawn. Tough as it is. Yeah.
This could happen to everybody's son.
One night last year, Walsh had got a call from the Coral Gables, Florida Police Department. An officer there said they had his son in custody. The charge this time, yes, they'd had him at the station before, was burglary. 28 years old, Danny was still living with his mother, unemployed, the officer said, and recently, while she was away at work and he off somewhere, his mother's house had been cleaned out. An investigating officer tracking stolen goods came across her TV in a pawn shop and, following up on it, days later, trailed Danny back to the self-storage facility where he cached his mother's property. He'd pawned a few things, given some of it away, but mostly it was just sitting there, stacked up neat as a pin. The boy's mother now claimed that she might have kinda given him permission, or at least somehow given him the impression that it would be perfectly okay to haul off the furniture, appliances, and even the handles off the kitchen cabinets. So unless she decided to proceed beyond a court-ordered commitment from observation, there wasn't a lot they were going to be able to do till the next time. But Walsh's name, had come up during the investigation, and now Sergeant Montez was calling as a professional courtesy, officer to officer, because he thought Walsh might want to know what was going on, maybe get involved. The upshot being that when Danny got out from under the commitment, he decided he'd be better off living with his father. Well, not actually living with him, he'd just be in the same city, you know. So he came to stay with Don while he looked for work and a place of his own and never left. Big brother-like, Richard had taken him under wing, showing him the city, not that he seemed much interested, introducing him to a few people, in which he seemed even less interested, meeting him for occasional lunches and coffee. "Tell him to give me a call," Richard said. "I will." "Anyone up for dessert?" Tammy asked. "Sam's put together a sweet potato and pecan pie that he plans on advertising as a threat to intelligent life on the planet." Most cities, they leave it up to traffic, poverty, automatic weapons fire, things like that. Here, they try to feed you to death. We decline. Tammy put the check down. I reached, but Don already had it. My turn.
I go out walking after midnight, out in the moonlight, just like we used to do. I'm always walking after midnight, searching for you.
Outside, everything about the night was quietly transformed. Humidity softened the edge of buildings. Glistening wet, the streets looked clean and new. Even the headlights of oncoming cars were wrapped in shells of soft white. We walked together a block or two to Don's car, the same ancient Regal he'd had for years. Richard continued up Britannia. "Drop you, Lew?" "Thanks, but I'll walk. Great night." He looked around. Yeah, I guess it is. Let me know how things turn out at the hospital." "Don?" He'd gotten in. I leaned down to be at a level. "You going to be all right?" Sure I will. We always are, aren't we? You and me." "It's been a long siege, my friend." "Yeah, just sometimes I get tired of looking at the goddamn white of their eyes. Know what I mean?" I nodded and shut the door for him. He looked through the window at me a moment, then rolled it down and stuck out his hand. I took it, and we shook. It seemed an odd thing to do with so old and close a friend.
That started by dames, it ain't like asbestos. It don't do nothing but rest us assured and substantiate the rumors that you've heard.
His eyes went from the doctor's face to mine, back and forth. They were wholly without emotion or recognition, without presence, lifeless and flat as lentils. And otherwise, he made no visible effort to move. His arms lay outside him on the bed. His feet had thick, horny undersides as though sandal soles had been grafted on. The toes turned in. He was probably older than he looked. "You can talk now, sir, though you're going to have an awfully sore throat for a while. Can you tell me who you are?" The doctor's name was Bailey. He bent to hang an oxygen cannula over the man's ears and adjust it. "Can you tell me what day it is, sir? Do you know where you are?" Just those eyes, arcing back and forth, that blankness. "You're going to be all right. You've had an accident. You're in the intensive care unit at University Hospital. You came in last night, Tuesday, so this is Wednesday." He paused. "Now, can you tell me who you are?" He waited a moment. Still nothing. He turned away. "I don't know. Looks like we're definitely going to need a neuroconsult." He dropped the endotracheal tube with its cluster of tape into a wastebasket beside the bed, went to the sink and squirted betadine from a dispenser mounted on the wall, started washing his hands. "You want to page the medicine intern for me? I'm getting no breath sounds on the right." A nurse called from one of the beds across the room. Bailey stepped from behind the partitioning curtain. "I'm already on the unit," Bailey said. "Excuse me, Mr. Griffin." He went across to the bed and, after listening a moment with his stethoscope, asked for something. The nurse passed him a syringe. He tapped at the man's ribs a time or two, then, holding the syringe like a dart, jabbed it into his chest. Pressure's going down. O2 sats up to 84. A second nurse came over carrying a bundle, pushing a bedside table. She set the bundle down, tore open the tape sealing it, and unfolded greenish-gray material from around a stainless steel tray, coils of rubber tubing, surgical instruments in clear, sterile packages. With one of those instruments, Bailey punctured the chest again, just below the syringe. With another that looked like a combination between cooking forceps and needle-nose pliers, he threaded a rubber tube into the chest, stitched it in place, and attached a plastic bottle. Okay, looks good. Let's get a stat chest to confirm. Good catch, Nancy. ABG when you're ready? The nurse was listening to the man's chest. She glanced up and nodded, moved her stethoscope to the other side. The second nurse was tossing instruments into the tray, disposables into the trash. Bailey came back across the floor. I nodded toward the man on the bed between us. He hadn't taken his eyes off Bailey the whole time. Now the eyes swung to me. Still, empty, depthless, like shallow water. His face, though deeply lined with hard planes and full features, somehow just as emotionless, just as blank. The word wiped came to me. Then a flurry of synonyms: erased, undone, deleted, obliterated, expunged, dissolved, consumed. Bailey again shook his head. It's always hard to say, especially at first with cases like this. The trauma itself can temporarily short-circuit everyday connections, and sometimes people come up with really weird responses to emergency drugs. He was beaten on the head. Almost certainly there's been some degree of anoxia. We don't even have any way of knowing what kind of shape he was in before all this. Again, he began scrubbing his hands at the sink. We'll watch him. I'll have Nero in for a look. Not much else I can tell you right now. Could be a whole different ball game by morning. He'd hung his lab coat on the end of the bed, and as he reached for it, the man on the bed said, "You got my book." We both turned. "What?" Bailey said. "My book. You got it." He was carrying a book when he came in, I said. They found it in his clothes downstairs. "Who are you, sir? What's your name?" "You got my book." "We have to know who you are, sir." "You got my book," he said, then politely added, "Sir." I got the book from the inside pocket of my coat and handed it to him. He took it. The first time he'd moved. He looked at the front cover, turned it over, opened it, and looked inside. Then he looked at me and nodded. My book. And that was it. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. I moved out to the waiting room where, mostly alone, I passed the night watching the dreary banter of talk show hosts and guest celebrities and a couple of movies whose plots, characters, and climatic car chases were indistinguishable. There might be no connection at all between David and this patient, of course. He could simply have found the book somewhere, come across it in the curbside trash, a basement, some abandoned room or building. I wasn't sure I wanted to think too closely about where or how he might have found it. For a long time now, years, when I thought of my son at all, I had assumed he was dead. But this man might have found the book at a shelter of some kind, maybe in New York. It could have made its way there, or even been left there by David himself. Or at a church, the kind in which people take refuge, the kind that hands out blankets and feeds the destitute, keeps a cache of Bibles and books and old clothes on hand for them. Last night in ER, no, it was night before last now, Craig Parker has suggested that the patient's clothes, apparent cast-offs but recently clean, might have come from one of the churches or missions. Around 12, the guy polishing the floor shut off his machine. got a thermos of coffee from his cart, and started telling me about the house he and his girlfriend were buying up on Valence. Only problem was, it was next door to a cemetery, and he wanted to know if that would bother me. I told him I loved cemeteries. 20-year-old sitcoms for an hour from then on. Around 5, a nurse on break sat beside me and, smoking 3 cigarettes in 15 minutes, told me the story of her life. Sadly, it wasn't much of a story or a life, and she knew it.
I go out walking after midnight, out in the starlight, just hoping you may be somewhere a-walking after midnight, searching for me.
As I watched dawn take over the window, it came to me that I had utterly missed my Wednesday classes. Not only missed them, but not even given them a thought. It was the first time in years anything like that had happened since I'd gone looking for Alouette. At 7, a bleary-eyed, much bespattered Bailey got off the elevator. He came up to me and stood staring out at the light. "Been here all night?" "Yeah. Hope you got some sleep at least." I shook my head. "Must be something in the air. Well, let's go see what the morning's brought, shall we?" I followed him into the unit. Nurses were changing shift, walking from bed to bed as they gave report. The ones going off looked used up. The ones coming on didn't look a hell of a lot better. Sunlight streamed in at the windows, glared on every surface. Workers pushed carts of linens and supplies through double doors. The phone buzzed and went on buzzing. Behind a half curtain, he sat almost upright in bed. A plastic wash basin and soap dish were on the tray table before him. He was nude. A towel covered his lap. Cleanliness. Next to, he said, "Any moment now, I'm marshalling strength." His eyes went from Bailey to me and back. He smiled, and one hand lifted in a sketchy, exhausted wave. "Good morning. Early start in the day, huh? I didn't expect you this soon." He looked closely at Bailey. "You wanted to know my name?" Bailey nodded. "Lew Griffin," he said. He held up his ragged copy of The Old Man. "My book. One of them, anyway."
Rachel was reading the second episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.
And you can hear part 3 at the same time tomorrow.
How are your detective skills?
It's logic and reason which defeats criminals, not temper and irrationality.
Discover Whodunits from Radio 4 and 4 Extra, a collection of fiendishly entertaining crime stories.
Who are you?
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Rachel. We're in New Orleans in 1997. Intrigued by the fact that a stranger in hospital claims to be him, Lew Griffin has arrived home to find a delegation of near neighbours waiting to meet him.
So there I was in an old yellow t-shirt, squinting out at these huddled shapes. Street light in the corner working for the first time in months. Norm? Some others too. My God, it must be serious. Raymond's forsaken his couch to come along. "Louis, apologize for disturbing you this time of night. Woke you up, too, from the look of it. You know Janet Prue lives 2 houses up on my side." I didn't, but nodded. Late 60s, early 70s, that classic tweed and khaki look, silky gray hair. "Janet, Louis, and this is Janet's husband, Gene, Lew Griffin. All shapes accounted for. You think we might come in for a minute, Lew? Won't keep you long." I stepped back out of the doorway. your perfect host. Please, have a seat. Mr. and Mrs. Prue sat on the couch, Norm and his son in chairs close by. I guess I'm here as a kind of representative, Norm glanced at the Prues, speaking for a lot of our neighbors. You may not know what's been going on, Louis. Have to be busy with your teaching and writing all those books. Can't imagine how much time that takes, so we apologize again for intruding on you. He looked over at his son. And for waking you up, Raymond said. Can I get you folks anything? 4 heads went no. Good. I didn't have anything to get them. Last few weeks, there's been a team of robbers, purse snatchers working the neighborhood. Kids, really, riding bikes and carrying guns. They held up one of the college girls down the street last week, and last night, Janet and Jean were late for some kind of alumni dinner, right? They nodded. Janet came out, got to the car, and realized Jean wasn't behind her anymore. And all of a sudden, there they are. One of them's got a passenger on the back. He leans over like Indians going from side to side on their ponies in old movies, she says afterwards, and snags her purse. Strap pulls tight and snaps. She reaches, but it's gone. We're talking black here, Louis. You understand that? Black kids on bikes with guns hitting their own neighborhood. Ours. Never mind the robberies. That's bad enough, but sooner or later, someone they pull up besides going to talk back. Or else someone looking out his window is going to get his gun. Next thing you know, we got a street full of police cars. Okay, Norm, what do you want me to do? I don't know. But everybody on the street knows you're a detective. Used to be. Right. So anyway, they thought maybe you'd have some idea how we could get on top of this. Thought maybe you could check around, ask some questions. What kind of questions? You know that better than us. Okay, I'll keep an eye out, Norm. That's really all anyone can do, even the police. Good enough. He stood, so did the others. Thank you, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Prue said. We appreciate this, his wife confirmed. Pillar of my community for sure. Norm's son lingered behind. Something I can do for you, Raymond? Nah. He stood watching my rear wall. Anything happened back there, it wouldn't get past him. My civics teacher says it was someone named Lew Griffin who stopped the guy that shot all those people from buildings back in the 60s. Says he hunted the guy down and threw him off the top of one of the buildings. I think I heard about that. Raymond looked at me. Don't guess that was you, huh? Must have been another Lew Griffin. Yeah, that's what I said. I shut the door behind him and turned up the music again. Bach, a prelude and fugue. Wanda Ladowska at her monster harpsichord, plucking the world back into order. Visitors gone, Bat shot down the stairs and sat mewing, waiting impatiently for me to provide an appropriate lap. No question which Lew Griffin he wanted. The one that was here. What I was doing was counting. Reduced by circumstance, liberals would say, from loftier aspirations, social conscience to humanities to pursuit of literature to simple mathematics. There were 3 of them. I'd been hit 9 times, kicked 4. 1 tooth was loose. It was 10 in the morning. Maybe I ought to stop getting my butt kicked. Not that I held it against them personally. 50-year-old guy wearing a tie and coat, guy no one ever saw before, shows up in the neighborhood asking questions. What else he gonna be but bad news? A repo man, skip chaser, collector of some kind. And looks like he might have a few dollars on him, weighing him down. Civil-minded young brothers just naturally gonna help the man out, provide him some answers, natural as rain. But enough's enough. It was a trick, a technique I hadn't had occasion to use in years. You reach down and find the rage, the frustration, defeat, and despair. Find that black pool just beneath the world's surface that never goes away. You find it, you bring it up, you use it, and for a while it takes you over. You become its vehicle, what voodoo practitioners call a horse. I turned onto my back, grunted with pain, gasped and held my breath. They all pulled back a moment, and when the one at my feet leaned in for a closer look, I kicked him between the legs, then spun on my back and took another legs out from under him as he was looking up to see what happened to his man. That left one standing, but only till I slammed my foot straight into the side of his knee. The others would get up in time. He wouldn't. The second guy was already trying to get up. I gave the side of his head a light kick. Afterwards, this strange serenity comes over you. The vessel's emptied. No more fright or flight. But adrenaline still got your senses racked up high. Everything's incredibly sharp, clear, intense. The world shimmers. You hear breathing from an upstairs apartment. A bird song blocks away. You see patterns of sunlight in the air around you. You hear a cat moving, crouched down low against the wall. That's how it was as I walked back up towards Canal. In others' faces, I saw the ordinary world returning. On a clock's face, I saw it was almost 1.
Oh, baby died this morning, now she's underground. Oozing self-confidence, but her feet are turning brown. What do you have to say? Tomorrow's another day, and another way to find you.
Mona had been a narrative oatmeal, all expository lumps. I'd got home from the hospital planning on a few hours sleep before I dropped out of school to patch things up and took another shot at tracking down Sean Delaney. But I only slept through 30 minutes, fumbling for the phone, seeing my coffee cup still full on the floor by the bed. Lew. I realized I hadn't said anything. I just picked up the phone and lay there with it to my ear, listening. Want me to call back? You at work? Yeah, city's funny that way. Likes me to show up on a more or less regular basis. Very funny. Wanted to let you know nothing's come in on the prints or photo. Not that I expected anything this soon. I talked to the officer who took the call, but he couldn't tell me much of anything we don't already have. Call came in 911 at 9:14 from the driver of the sanitation truck. No real evidence of struggle. How could you tell? Our alley's right. Obvious that the truck hadn't been the first thing after him that night, though. No evidence that he or anyone else was living in the alley. No sign of personal property or belongings aside from what he had on him. I got a copy of the report here for you. You want it? Thanks, Don. No problem. How'd it go at the hospital? Long and shallow. The man stuck resolutely to his story. He was Lew Griffin, a novelist who wrote about what it was like on the streets, about the city's real subterranean life. Self-taught, a primitive, working on a new one now. He'd done 3 chapters just that morning. You mean yesterday morning, I said. Whatever. He'd fixed himself a light lunch, then he'd gone out for his usual afternoon walk, and somebody must have jumped him, because that was all he remembered. I asked him where he lived. Uptown. Been there long? 10, 12 years. He told me about Laverne, how they'd once lived there together, but that was a long time ago. I asked him to tell me about his books. You haven't read them then? I'm afraid not. He shook his head sadly. Not many people have, I guess, but this new one could change all that. He had some of the titles right, almost everything else, including the plot of The Old Man, dead wrong. "You wouldn't happen to have any paper, would you?" he asked as Bailey and I were leaving. "Thought I might take advantage of this, try to get some work done in the new book while I'm here." I said I thought that was a good idea and gave him the notebook and pen I always carried. When I finished telling him about it, Walsh was silent. "Damn, Lew," he finally said. "That's just plain creepy, any way you look at it."
Oh, I've got a feeling I've done something wrong. Tell me when you're leaving, or I can't tell how long I've been gone. What do you have to say? Tomorrow's another day, another way to find you.
I was lying on the bed, dipping in and out of dreams and thinking how any minute I was going to get up and put on coffee or maybe start a new career as a test pilot when the phone rang again. It was Richard Garces. I repeated my update on the hospital situation. He was appropriately incredulous. "I have that list of local missions and community service centers you asked for. Don't suppose it's possible for me to just zap this over to you by modem." "Not if you wanted to get here." "And still no fax, right?" "Nope. Wouldn't you know it? And here I am, fresh out of carrier pigeons." "I'll swing by, pick it up." After I'd done so, my first stop was the New Orleans mission on a stub Dryades just before Howard breaks everything off into downtown streets. Not without difficulty, I found someone who finally admitted that, well, yes, he did kind of look after things. "You live here, then?" He nodded. "Room downstairs in the back, too small for much else. I sweep the place, clean toilets, and lock up at night. They give me the room and meals." I asked if the mission passed out clothes. "Sure do when we have 'em. Don't never last long, though. Goes real quick, and then it's likely to be a spell before any more comes our way." I asked about books. "We got a few. They stacked up down by my room still. Bible's about the only thing anyone around here ever reads." I showed him a picture of David and a copy of the one Don took of the patient claiming to be me, and asked if he remembered seeing either of these men. He shook his head and, in exchange for a 20, agreed to show me round. Next stop was the warehouse district. Until recently, a desolate region of abandoned, boarded-up buildings and shattered sidewalks, now quickly filling with art galleries and upscale apartments built into the old hulls. The mission had no name beyond Gold Dew, worked into the bricks above the doors for the beer long ago brewed here. A peculiarly small man sat at a desk to match in what was once the building's lobby. He wore a brown plaid suit with a bright yellow rayon shirt and blue knit tie that, from the look of the knot, never got untied. "Help you?" I introduced myself and was telling him why I was there when he interrupted. "Look, you don't mind my saying we got two interests, them that needs help and those that got something for us to help with. You dress too good for the first. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't see you carrying thing too. Have a nice day." He looked behind me. "Next." No one there, of course. Putting my hands on the desk, I leaned over him. He looked up, thought about it, and decided he might have time to help me after all. But he couldn't remember ever seeing either of those two. Couldn't be sure, of course, so many coming and going every day. We touched base on clothing and books, how the place operated, hours in occupancy, records. He'd think about it, get back to me should something come to mind. In the meantime, maybe I had $1 or $2, not for himself, mind you. I gave him 2 20s and stepped out onto the street, across canal, and stopped at the Café du Monde for what remains the best cup of coffee in a coffee-crazed city. I had told myself that I wouldn't spend more than half the day trying to track down Lew Griffin, too. Then I'd get on with what I should be doing, looking for Sean Delaney, though really I shouldn't be doing either. I should be sitting at home, getting notes together for my classes, possibly taking another look at the pages I'd done for what might be, increasingly I thought of it as such, a new book. The next mission on my list lay well beyond the quota, on Durbany, out near Elysian Fields, a formidable hike. They didn't know it, neither did I, but 3 guys hanging out at a corner store, same as every day, wearing oversized jeans and backwards baseball caps, were waiting for me out there, along with a brush-up on my arithmetic.
Well, I wish I was in New Orleans. I can see it in my dreams. Arm in arm down Burgundy, a bottle and my friends and me.
I could hear Bat chiding me from just inside as I unlocked the door. Obviously, much was amiss. I was a great disappointment to him. One morning, maybe 6 years before, he had shown up on Claire Fellman's screen door. He was little more than a kitten then, mostly skin and bone, with just these huge ears sticking straight up, which was how he got the name. I'd kind of showed up on Claire's doorstep, too, and when I wouldn't go away, she let me stay. We'd had a little over a year together, 14 months almost to the day. With Claire, I'd been able, for the first time, to say things that before I'd always waited too long and too late to say. Then one night I came in and found her lying on the couch. I feel really bad, Lew, you know? I've been with her so long that I no longer noticed the pauses, the gropings, the way she drew lines around a word and waited for it to settle in place. Come on, we're going to Toro, I told her. In ER, I raised enough hell to get her seen immediately. Neither the residents nor the attendings I insisted upon their calling in could find anything wrong. They suggested, nevertheless, that Claire remain overnight for observation. I'd gone home to pick up a few things for her, pajamas and robe, toothbrush, underwear, makeup, her purse. Back in 30 minutes, I told her. I knew something was wrong the minute I stepped inside the ER doors. People were rushing into Claire's room from all over. Another cerebral aneurysm, I was told minutes later, like the one that hit her when she was 22, the one she wasn't supposed to survive, that scrambled her speech and caused her to have to learn all over again how to stand, walk, reach for things, grasp them. Massive and sudden, a doctor said. Nothing they could do. They tried, of course, but she was sorry. So I moved out of class, back again into the old house where I'd lived with Laverne, taking Bat along.
Tell me I could live without you. Tell me let the good times roll. Tell me I could live as half a man. Loving you's what made me whole. There was a time when I could sing to you, live for the light that I could bring to you. I sat down to sing a lonely song. God knows I never thought that it could last so long.
Hours earlier, as I stood over a body I thought might be Sean Delaney's, I'd been thinking about Claire. That afternoon I had decided that life, providence, chance, or whatever just might be sending me a message and, following the scuffle in Derbany, return home to shower off blood, grime, and stray bits of skin and street tar, eat cold Dentimore beef stew out of a can, put on new clothes, and head back out in pursuit of Sean Delaney. On foot to the donut shop where Sean Delaney had worked. By then it was almost 4, and by then the shop was closed. Not just closed, they'd pulled a rug out from under it. Tasty D Nut was shut down like a clam, gone, abandoned, deserted, defunct. Next door was a florist shop. A bell tolled as I ducked through the entryway and came up against a trestle table behind which stood a woman, at least 6 feet tall, red hair everywhere, thin, wearing a black sheath, bare arms slim and lightly down, wrists narrow as a ruler, fingers long when she reached across the table to shake my hand. Late 30s? Her earrings were tiny sharks with the lower halves of men's bodies hanging from their mouths. One problem working here is, good-looking man comes in, I know there's no way he's bringing me flowers. What can I do for you? She smiled, instinctively turning her head a few degrees to the side and lifting her chin. Incredible profile. I asked her about the donut shop. Didn't think you looked like a flower man, she said. She told me they'd been teetering at the edge. Yes, she actually said teetering for months over there. Some days they just put out on the shelves whatever was left over from the day before. Even the coffee got undrinkable. Only way they managed to stay afloat at all, long as they did, was by hiring new people when they couldn't pay old ones and let them go. I said she seemed to know a lot about the situation over there, an amazing amount really, and she shrugged. I watch people, notice what happens around me, always have. Employees took their smoke breaks out there. I'd be doing the books, shuffling through piles of sales slips and invoices, and I hear them talking. Did they know what was going on? They knew something was. The shop had recently been sold. Previous owners lost inches a long time back, and the shop just went on running itself. New owner bought it as an investment. He couldn't care less about donuts. Any idea what finally shut the doors? Well, I don't know, of course, but I think it may have been what happened last night. It must have been about close to 10, maybe a little past. I was getting ready to leave. I hear voices in the alley. Someone saying, "Be still, girl. Don't you move or talk no more." So I look out. This huge black car, Lincoln, something like that's pulled up out front. 4 guys in it, all of them in black too, and black. Driver stays in the car. These 3 that get out have automatic weapons. One stands by the car watching up and down the street. Other 2 would go inside. They in there 4 or 5 minutes, come back out and get in the car. When the car pulls onto Jackson, people start running out the donut shop. Lights are still on inside, but no one's there. This morning, when I come in, I see the sign. Robbery, you think? Who'd bother? Best day it ever had. That shop never netted $200. This town, it could happen. A few weeks back, an 11-year-old knocked off a motel over in Claiborne, walked in with a .38, pistol whipped the desk clerk, though he had to get up on a chair to do it, and walked out with $18. Still, she had a point. They were looking for someone. That's the only thing that makes sense, yes. Way they went about it, the weapons, car, who was in the alley. I don't know names, just voices. But you looked out through the window. Yes, you saw them. Not the woman, she was at the back in shadows. I remember the man sounded black, but wasn't. That surprised me when I saw him. Average height, fairly thin, hair shaved to above his ears, then really long, kind of a top knot, like Woody Woodpecker. I asked her if by any chance she knew who owned the shop. Oddly enough, I do. A Mr. Kendall Gibbs. He came by and asked if I'd mind keeping an eye on the property, maybe pass along any inquiries from prospective buyers. I have his name and phone number back in the office if you want it. I did, assuming I can find it, which she did, finally. Thumbtacked to the wall above the phone in a slurry of torn theater tickets, scribbled over business cards, post-it notes, and playbills for productions of Endgame, King Lear, and something titled Jimmy Baldwin Disembarks for Heaven. "You're in luck," she said. "I guess we both are." "How so?" "Well, I see you got your play staged for one thing," gesturing towards the Jimmy Baldwin playbill. "What, a couple of months ago?" "No, that was last year. You do okay? If you consider a week's run and half the house empty the whole time, it did. Actually, I guess attendance was fairly good the first night or two. You gave a false impression because of family and friends." "You have a lot of friends?" "Not so many that I can't use another one." "Other thing is, I really do need to get some flowers." "I see. What kind?" "Well, I was thinking roses, pink if you have them." "Of course. A dozen?" "Why not?" She disappeared into the back room and emerged minutes later, cradling 13 baby pink roses and sprays of baby's breath in green wrapping paper. "And how would you like to pay for this, sir?" "Cash, okay." She punched it in on the computer and told me that would be $9.98. I pushed the 10 across the breast-high table. "You'd like these delivered to what address, sir?" "Oh, you don't have to deliver them," I said. She looked up. "I'm sorry?" "They're for you."
Rachel was reading the third episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.
And part 4 of the story finds Lew continuing his search for the missing Sean Delaney tomorrow night at the same time. If you enjoy a good thriller or murder mystery, by the way, you'll find lots more in the Radio 4 Extra Whodunits collection, which you'll find on BBC Sounds.
Drama on BBC Radio 4.
I am Milady de Winter. I am 21 years old, and suddenly I am the most beautiful widow in Paris.
From a rebellious teenager,
the girl I was then knew only one thing: survival.
To a deadly political operative.
So you know who I am?
You are Bishop Richelieu.
And who are you?
Who do you wish me to be?
The genesis of Alexander Dumas' Femme Fatale.
Where are you going?
To hell, in all likelihood.
Oh, give my regards to Beelzebub.
Milady on Radio 4. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Well, I shall hand you over to Paul Garner, who is in charge of the Wednesday night comedy next. I shall join you again at midnight, if you're still up and about, for the further adventures of H.G. Wells's Liberated Lady of London and Veronica.
So off sets young D'Artagnan on his father's ancient yellow horse and arrives eventually in Paris, not without incident. You'll hear about that later.
Follow the Three Musketeers on their escapades, starting on Tuesday morning at 11 and again in the afternoon at 4 on Radio 4 Extra and BBC Sounds. And you can hear Radio 4's origin tale of Milady de Winter, one of D'Artagnan and Co.'s fiercest and most memorable adversaries, and one of the greatest villains of classic fiction. Milady is available now on BBC Sounds.
This is
BBC Radio 4
Extra.
To New Orleans now in the late 90s, where Lew Griffin is resuming his search for Sean Delaney.
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Ray Shell. We're in New Orleans in 1997. Lew Griffin, writer and teacher, is engaged once again as detective attempting to discover the whereabouts of a young teenager, Sean Delaney.
We live metaphorically, striving always to match our lives to images we've accepted or imagined for them. Family man, middle American, true believer. Kendall Gibbs lived this way more than most. Everything about him expressed itself in relationship to one piece of land or another. Using the number Deborah O'Neill gave me, I first tried to reach him at what was apparently an office. A woman answered, "White House Properties." And when I asked for Mr. Gibbs, suggested I try another number, proving to be a Garden District tour service. There, they thought Gibbs was out looking at a commercial plot on Bayou St. John, after which, to the best of their knowledge, he had no further appointments. Once again, I explained my interest, that I was handling a missing persons case and needed to speak with Mr. Gibbs in regard to a recent acquisition, a donut shop at Jackson and Prytania, former donut shop. I never implied any connection with the police, but the young man to whom I spoke assumed police business and, being authorized to do so at his discretion in such cases, decided he could give me Mr. Gibbs' beeper number. I punched it in, and within the quarter hour had the man himself calling from what sounded like a very busy street. "Kendall Gibbs," he said, all one word. Told him who I was, what I wanted. Thing I need most is to get in touch with the manager. There's not one. Assistant manager be the one you'd want. Manager walked out over a year ago. People who own the place think, why pay someone to manage when this assistant's already doing it for scut wages? Guy with Woody Woodpecker hair. Yeah, that's him all right. Keith Leroy. Keep expecting him to go, ha ha ha. Hard worker, though. Boy, was the damn store. I'm keeping him in mind. Something comes up, then you'd have an address for him. Near as I know, no one does. Wouldn't give out an address or phone number. You want his beeper or email? Gibbs gave me both, and I thanked him. He said, no problem, anytime. Yo, a voice said in the phone 5 minutes after I beeped. Keith Leroy. What you want with him? I told him briefly, reminded him that we'd met the day before at Tasty D-Nut. I remember, big guy, black suit, looked like linen, gold silk shirt. You still looking for Sean? Yes, 2 days in a row now, off and on. I was setting personal records for dogged persistence. Good to have some continuity in your life. Okay, last few times I saw him, Delaney was hanging out with a guy. Thought he was a friend. I'm sure Delaney didn't have any others, but the guy had that look in his eye. Throw you over for $1? You ever get his name? Never came up. He just show up, leaning against the wall, sitting on a customer's car. I asked Delaney who he was, and he said that's my cousin. I told him to tell his cousin to stay off the customer's cars from now on. That it? Won't you? It was thin. Then I'll try fattening it up. You have my thanks. And you have my you're welcomes. Damn, ain't we a couple of well-bred, civilized types. I sat looking at the envelope Sam Delaney had given me, at the phone numbers printed on it on the back flap in precise, squarish figures. 9 times out of 10, the one thing they don't tell you is the very thing you need to know. I dialed the number for Delaney's rented room, then, glancing up at the clock, his mother's, he'd said he took care of the family. Maybe that included watching the younger kids after school. Baldwin Delaney residence, the 8-year-old from the sound of it. Could I speak to Sam Delaney? I said. May I ask who's calling? I told her. I see if he's in. He was, and was on the phone in the time it took to hand the receiver over. Mr. Griffin, thank you for calling. You have news? Nothing substantial. Reason I'm calling is to ask you if you know anything about a cousin of Sean's, guy he's been seen with lately. How lately? I said I wasn't sure. Couple of weeks, maybe. And someone told you this was Sean's cousin? That's how Sean identified him to the assistant manager at the donut shop. Yes. Sounded like they might be tight. Getting that way anyhow. Did you get a name? No. I was afraid of that. So afraid that you didn't bother to tell me about it? I guess I thought if I said it aloud, somehow that was going to make it true. So who's this cousin? His name's Armentine Roach. Everyone calls him Army. And he's not a cousin. He's Sean's half-brother like I am. One of Sean's old man's other adventures. You know him? Much to my displeasure and misfortune, I do. Years back, Army showed up at our doorstep saying he had no other place to go. Mom's a pushover, as always. Has no idea how she's going to take care of the kids she already has, but never even skips a beat before taking in this new one. How long was he with you? Less than a year. First, money started disappearing from the coffee can in the kitchen, then from Mom's purse, 50 cents here, $1. Then we heard neighbors start complaining. Mail was missing from their box, they say. A few days later, a car got stolen from up the street. Not long after, police came knocking at the door, wanted to know if an Armentine Roach lived there. This had happened before then. Every place he lived, it's the kind of thing that usually escalates. Did here, too. Cops came by more than once these last months. But then, on one of the rare days Armentine actually went to school, a teacher told him to do something he didn't feel much like doing and wound up with a pair of scissors in his chest. Roach get tried for that? Yes, sentenced to 20 years, but they told us he'd be out when he hit 21. And you haven't seen him since then, right? No. Okay, for the time being, I guess that's it. Unless you have something else you forgot to tell me. No, I'm sorry. I'll get back to you. I hung up and immediately dialed Don. Here it is, he said after I briefed him. Armentine Army, or R.M. Roach. Went up on attempted second degree, 20 to 30. Remanded to LTI by judicial order. That's Louisiana Training Institute, and I have no doubt he was trained there, though not quite the way society intended. Plea bargained? Couldn't. They'd have tried to kick it down to manslaughter, even aggravated assault, but statutes say if the wounds to trunk or head, it's gotta be second degree. He's out. 19th of August, happy birthday. Just like that. Yeah, butterfly time. But we've got an address.
Well, I wish I was in New Orleans. I can see it in my dreams. Arm in arm down Burgundy. A bottle and my friends and me.
I climbed out of the cab in front of a tract house just across the parish line off Old Metairie Road. Don's address had taken me to a pool room lounge on Jefferson Highway. The owner bartender didn't appreciate my questions, and the whole thing quickly developed into one of those standard dialogues involving baseball bats produced from beneath the bar and bodies hauled across the top of it, after which he decided maybe it would be okay to tell me where R.M. was staying. The front door gave with a sharp tug. Inside, I found hard evidence of habitation. Stack of dishes, large tin of coffee, clothes that smelled of sweat hanging from nails in the wall. In one corner, tucked under a sleeping bag, I found torn envelopes addressed to Armentine Roach and letters beginning, Dear Arm. In another room I found, jammed into the wall behind broken paneling and swaddled in a canvas backpack, a long-barreled .22 target pistol. In the last room, I found a body lying face down. wasn't Sean Delaney. But for a moment, for no good reason, I became absolutely certain that it was, and couldn't shake the impression. I spent a couple of hours at the sheriff's office out there. In Jefferson Parish, unlike Orleans, it's the sheriff who handles police work. Officers sat across tables from me, staring, and served me plastic cups of coffee, foul enough to elicit confession from the staunchest wrongdoer. I gave my statement, survived coffee and stares, and when they finally agreed to put a call through, spoke to Don Walsh. "Lew," he said, "I've been giving this some thought. What you need to work on is finding live bodies for a change, maybe even the ones you're actually looking for." Good point. Let me talk to whoever's running the show. His brief conversation gained my release and a ride home in one of the patrol cars, nor did they make me drink any more coffee. A note from Norm Marcus pushed under my door told me the kids on bikes had struck again, snatching a 70-year-old woman's purse and pushing her off the curb. Her leg snapped when she went down. Having then fed Bat and drank 2 cups of scalding tea in the rocker by the window that early Thursday morning, I was still thinking of the body and of Claire. I was thinking of that abandoned house in Metairie, how Armatine Rauch and others had been camping out there, as though it were only a shelter among trees, thinking how at every turn I seemed to keep running into people who were camping out, people living temporary lives. Maybe that's what we all do, ultimately. I was thinking, too, as I rarely did, of my mother. Growing up, I never realized that all families were not like ours. My mother had withdrawn from the world, walled herself within exacting rituals of breakfast, job, dinner, housework, church, sleep. My father had chosen, if he had a choice, to withdraw alongside her. There were in our home no visits from parental friends, fellow workers, schoolmates, no family outings to movies, restaurants, the park, and no acknowledgement of my mother's silent, palpable madness. Only years later did I begin to understand how strange and distorted that life was, distorted in ways no lens can ever correct, and how deeply scored by it I had been. I was awakened suddenly by the phone, foundering in bright light, confused. I pushed my way up and out of the rocker. "I'm afraid I have further bad news for you," said Richard Garces. "You ready for it?" "I have a choice. You're missing." What? Your guy over at University Hospital, the one that claims he's Lew Griffin, he's gone." "He's what?" "He went AWOL last night, sometime between about 4 and 6. "And no one saw him? Kinda hard to believe no one would notice the shape he was in. I'm surprised he could even walk." "Yeah, everyone is. But people do the damnedest things all the time, things you never thought they'd be capable of. Anyway, he'd been transferred to a room. When the charge nurse went in for a final check at the end of the shift, 6:20 or so, she says he was gone. His IV had been pulled out and was dripping onto the floor. He took along toothpaste and toothbrush from a kit the hospital issued patients, left the razor and everything else behind. He also left his hospital gown, and no one could figure out what he did for clothes till later on when another patient down the hall got back from X-ray. Someone had popped the lock on the suitcase in his room, money and wallet untouched, but they took his clothes. Beige corduroy jeans, blue and yellow rugby shirt, shoes gone too, black Reeboks. "You got all that from a friendly phone call?" "Well, I asked a few questions, you know. I kind of had the idea you could use whatever I was able to get you." "I appreciate it, Richard. believe me. I asked who his friend was at the hospital, wrote it down, said I'd check in later. Then I called Don, who told me he'd keep an ear open, and added, "Damn, maybe it is you, Lew. Only man I know who's always out the hospital door before they can even slap tape on the bandages." When I hung up, I saw the blinking light on the machine. I hadn't checked this morning when I came in. The English department and Dean Treadwell would like me to call at my earliest convenience. My agent had small news and a smaller check on a couple of foreign sales of old books. And Deborah O'Neill wanted to thank me for the flowers. I picked up the phone, but after a moment put it down. I stood looking out the window, then got a pen and yellow legal pad from the shelf by the door, and returning to the rocker, wrote. This was the first time I saw her, wearing a red dress. She came in from the darkness. We were almost alone there in the small cafe. Barely pausing, looking up only once or twice, I wrote for 4 hours. Snow, falling faintly and faintly falling. Beginning Wednesday afternoon as I headed home from the florist on Britannia, continuing on into the evening as I sat remembering Claire's death, then through the night, and into Thursday morning as I sat by the window writing about Laverne, temperatures had dropped like a kid cannonballing off a high dive. I only remember seeing snow one other time all these years, Deborah O'Neill sat across from me. She wore a long print skirt, sleeveless t-shirt, and vest. I'd been in town a week or so. That afternoon, I was sitting out on the balcony with a cup of coffee, wrapped up in a blanket, trying to make some kind of sense of things. The husband I'd left behind in Florida, the man I'd moved here with, a night shift job I hated. All these voices I kept hearing inside my head. They weren't talking to me, but they were definitely talking to someone. We sat across from one another, watching snow fall. Myself out the restaurant's front window, she in mirrors along the side, above tile. The waitress slid bowls of steaming gumbo off her tray, dropped a handful of packaged crackers between. And did you ever manage to make sense of things? For a moment she was silent. No. There was something about the snow, I don't know, but it made things, struggling to understand them, seem less important. Because whatever I did, whatever any of us did, that snow was going to go right on falling. On all the living and the dead. She looked at me. Yes, exactly. And scooping up a spoonful of soup, blew across it. That's what I thought the voices were for a long time. People who had died but were still around, who couldn't let go. I thought I was the only one able to hear them, or that for some reason they could only get through to me, like I was the crystal in a homemade radio wound with wires. Other times I just thought I must be crazy. But obviously, at some point you decided you weren't. She nodded. They really were ghosts in a way, I suppose. People trying to speak, to come into being through me. With time, I learned that I could put them in place, let them live there. I had called and asked Deborah O'Neill if she'd like to meet me for dinner at Casamento's on Magazine, just off Napoleon. If she were free, that is, or could arrange it. I didn't know her schedule. I'm glad you called, she said. I didn't think you would. Another spoonful of soup, half a buttered cracker. I hoped you would. You left the man you moved here with, I take it. That same afternoon, I was sitting at the kitchen table with my bags packed when he got home from work. The snow hadn't stuck, but there was a thin layer of ice on everything. I remember how it broke on the steps as I walked down them. I've lived alone ever since. How long? Almost 10 years, though I have to think, my God, how is that possible? I was 20 when we moved here. Last month, I turned 30. What about you? Did I live alone? Yes, even when I was living with someone, if Laverne had been right. And she was about most things. I told Deborah briefly about Laverne. Maybe not so briefly. She sounds like an amazing woman. She was. We talked on about what I did and had done for a living all these years. Deborah asked if she could have a glass of wine, and I said, of course, ordering coffee for myself. Well, whatever else it may have been, Lewis, you can never complain that your life's been boring. A United cab pulled up out front and honked. So tell me, Detective Griffin, are you on a manhunt tonight? No, I said, looking about me. No, I'm not.
Baby, come go home with me. Baby, come go home with me.
Don Washer's call at 8 in the morning hauled me from a dream and informed me that the body I'd found out on Old Metairie Road belonged to one Darrell Anthony Payne, Dapper or Dap to his friends from his initials and looks both, apparently. He was, or had been, a model. Put himself through 2 years of school up at Tulane on what he made modeling clothes for mail-order catalogs, with plenty left over for a fancy apartment overlooking St. Charles, a vintage MG Roadster, and holidays in Mexico. But then, something happened. Something changed. You looked at his life. It was like reading a piece of paper held over a candle, everything turning brown, burning through from the center, coming apart. All of a sudden, there was never enough money. Payments on credit cards got later, smaller, while finance charges kicked them into overdrive. Rent got paid only on demand, and Darrell was out hustling jobs, TV commercials, trade shows that he wouldn't have touched with gloves on a year ago. Beginning to look familiar? Walsh said. Gambling or drugs, a second life. You got it. We know of any connection between this guy and Armatine Rauch? Nothing on paper. Payne was on the long slide down, though, no doubt about that. Maybe he just fetched up against Rauch somewhere along his way. Kind of thing happens. I touched base with our regular snitches, sent some pigeons out. I'll let you know what they bring back. Thanks, Don. I'll be in touch. He made no reply, but the connection stayed open. Behind him, I heard the usual noise and bustle, ringing phones, raised voices, a steady low rumble like the sea. Don? There's something else? Nah, not really. I heard him sip noisily from his purple, green, and gold Mardi Gras mug that read, "It's a bitch," I figured. It's Danny. He wasn't there when I got home Tuesday night, and I haven't heard from him since. I waited. Not the first time, of course, not by a long shot. No, but you know that. I knew, just as I knew Don's pain. There wasn't much I could do about either. So what am I worried about, right? Maybe things will work out, Don. Sure. I figure give it another couple of days, then maybe I'll go looking. I have some time coming to me. Walsh must have had years coming to him. He routinely worked double shifts, days off, weekends, and holidays. The department had to threaten him with suspension just to get him to take his vacation. Comes down to it, maybe you'd go looking with me? No maybe about it, old friend. You know that. Later then, Lew. And thanks. I hung up thinking how, if you weren't careful, life could turn into a long chain of laters, one after another, till one day you looked around and there was nothing left, no trace of all the things you'd waited for, pushed ahead, done without. I was on my way showerward when the phone rang again. Lewis? Deborah? I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed last night, which I'm not used to, and that I hope we'll get together again soon. Call me. Bye. I stood listening to the dial tone. I hadn't said a word. I dialed her home number, and when the machine shut up and let me, said, "Me too." Then I put on coffee, along with a pan of milk to warm. On the table nearby sat the legal pad I'd been writing in yesterday. That afternoon, she woke from a dream. No. With a moment's thought, I struck she and scrawled above it, I. That afternoon, I woke from a dream. We turned to one another, his black mask above a white tuxedo, my own white mask above a dress of black silk. Beneath these unearthly buzzing streetlights, Lewis's lips move without sound. I cannot make out what he is saying. I reach for him, my hand huge as a sky. His face recedes from me, like a train pulling slowly away. When I was done, I went back through what I had written before and changed it all to first person. I had no idea any longer what it was I might be writing, memoir, essay, biography, fiction, but I found as well that I didn't care. Often before, I'd written close to my life and at the same time from a distance, what was true, what was not true. Or true perhaps in some sense having little to do with mimicry, fact, accurate tracings of our lives. There were deeper currents, deeper connections, surely. I fumbled after them. As from the kitchen came the smell of burning milk.
Rachel was reading the 4th episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.
And in part 5 tomorrow night, Lewis invites ex-con Ezekiel to stay, and Deborah has a surprise for him.
Eyes, the haggard expression and nervous manner of his visitor were a novel change from the phlegmatic deliberations of the ordinary scientific worker.
Nigel Stock reads The Stolen Bacillus by H.G. Wells as part of tonight's Seventh Dimension at 12:45 on Radio 4 Extra and BBC Sounds.
This is BBC Radio 4 Extra.
Time now for our reading. It's part 5 of Eye of the Cricket. Lewis finds the book he gave to the hospital patient and discovers that his imposter has rewritten his story. There are scenes and language that the real Lewis doesn't even recognise. His son David is also mentioned as a character.
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Ray Shell. We're in New Orleans in 1997. Lew Griffin is both searching for a missing teenager, Sean Delaney, and attempting to discover why a man who has discharged himself from hospital should be passing himself off as Lew himself.
Dr. Lola Park stepped through the automatic doors from OR in yellow scrubs and a tired smile, looked about and headed straight for me. Blue paper covers on her shoes. I stood. "Mr. Griffin, Richard called to say you'd be coming over. I don't know that I'm going to be much help to you, though. I can't even promise I'll make sense at this point. I've been on call almost 48 hours. We shook. Her hand was slender and strong, fingers unusually long and curving slightly back on themselves, nails cut close. Lots of blonde hair pulled carelessly to the back of her head and pinned up. You and Richard are old friends, I said. Well, we were married, Richard and I, a long time ago. Neither of us much more than a kid then. I see you're surprised. All things considered, yes, I am. Well, so were we. What we had in common, you could have put on a Post-it note. The biggest thing we shared was, back then we had the same taste in men. Bad. And when I decided women were really what it was all about for me, we lost even that. Anyway, she said, Richard says you're trying to find yourself. Aren't we all? Frankly, I don't think most of us ever even notice we're missing. I appreciate your seeing me, Dr. Park, I said. Lola, can I buy you a coffee? Breakfast, maybe? Breakfast would be nice. It'll have to be the cafeteria, though. Nothing down there you can recognize on sight. They have to put labels on it. She reached down to push the button on the beeper clipped into her waistband. It gave off a single low-pitched squeal. She would do this repeatedly in the middle of sentences between gulps of coffee the whole time we were together. I don't think she was even aware of it. This had become her connection to the world, her bridge. Instinctively, she protected it. In the cafeteria, people sat slumped over trays of meat and 2 vegetables, sandwiches assembled days before, prepackaged cookies, bags of chips and candy, ice cream bars. Half a star for atmosphere, Lola said, but the food's even worse. Then the stories are true. There is a whole population living down here beneath the city. As I watched, sipping coffee, Lola devoured 3 fried eggs over easy, 2 servings of hash browns, and another of buttered grits, order of bacon, wheat toast. No inordinate fear of cholesterol here. But she wasn't an internist after all. She was a surgeon with that mentality. Surgeons are technicians, sprinters. Friend of mine calls them slashers. Whatever the problem is, you just hack it off or out, sew the hole shut. Your basic Republican solution. Twice her beeper sounded and she went to the phone on the wall by the cashier to answer. Twice she came back, said, "No problem," and went on eating. Third time, she said, "Break's over, I guess. Nothing gold can stay. Couple of street soldiers up there losing ground fast. Think I might be able to find my way up and out without help? Probably so. Richard said you'd want this. It's got your name and phone number inside the front cover. Only thing left behind in the room. I snagged it off housekeeping's cart, on its way to the elephant's graveyard otherwise." Pulling it from her lab coat, she handed me the notebook I'd left with our mysterious departed patient. I quickly glanced through it. Page after page, top to bottom, margin to margin in a neat, close hand, written straight out with almost no corrections. Her beeper sounded again. She punched the button, knocked back the last of her coffee, and stood. "Thanks, Lola." "For what?" "For caring, I guess." "Yeah, well, I think I did at first anyway. Now, I talk to you down here, go back up there and save a life. What's the difference? I sew one guy's heart back together, another one's just going to roll in the door 10 minutes later with an EMT's finger jammed into his ventricle. I'm not sure I believe that. That I don't care?" I nodded. "I'm sure you don't want to." Her beeper sounded again, insistent, shrill this time. "We're all little Dutch boys, Lewis, and the dikes are giving way all around us." She grinned. No pun intended.
I've loved and lost again. Oh, what a crazy world we're living in. True love has no chance to win. I've loved and lost again.
3 calls that morning, beginning as I came in the door from the hospital. Points of a line pulling together discontinuous events and years. "Lewis, that you, man?" Since I'd never heard his voice before, I didn't recognize it. "I'm out." so I said something noncommittal. They threw me out. Whoa, I told them, wait a minute, I want to see my lawyer. You are your lawyer, they said. Hard to defeat that kind of logic. Zeke. The same. Well, not the same, truth be told. Actually quite different right now. Ezekiel was my age. We'd met when I published Mole, a novel starting off with a killer's release from prison and going on to document the cobbling together and collapse of his life outside. And I received a letter from the Louisiana State Penitentiary at Angola. Ezekiel had been at Angola for over 30 years then, since an attempted robbery went bad and left 2 employees gravely injured, a bystander dead. He was 17 at the time. Ezekiel had barely got through the 5th grade, but in prison he began to educate himself, first reading his way through the prison library, then to university libraries to request any books pulled from their shelves. A college in southeastern Louisiana sent a cache of old editions of law books. Ezekiel holed up for over a year studying them. Sometime in the 70s, when the new Supreme Court rulings came down, carrying Zeke's death sentence along with them to simple life, he took over editorship of the Prison Weekly, transforming it from a bulletin board for the prison administration to a real newspaper. Stories appeared on prison employees who purloined quality meats purchased in bulk for the prison, substituting hot dogs and cheap bologna. Others documented a cruel, corrupt, and hugely ineffective prison medical program. Threats came down from all sides, but support from reform-minded wardens and the wide attention Zeke's efforts had gained from national newspapers helped protect him. He'd first written to tell me how much he liked Mole. Then, every now and again, he'd write to ask my advice about matters at the paper. And finally, though we'd never met, we'd put in enough time to become friends of a sort. Now Ezekiel was back out on streets I barely still recognized. So much had changed in recent years, and in 33 of them, it wasn't even the same world. What? They didn't warn you this was about to happen, discuss it with you? Sure they did, Lewis. I just didn't believe them. Why would I after all these years? So what are you going to do? Well, I tell you, right now I'm at a phone booth across from Ruby's Fish Nook Bar and Lounge, trying to remember how a glass of cold beer tastes. I think once I hang up, I'm going to have to go in and find out. After that, who knows? You purely can't imagine how strange this all is, Lewis. You're right. I can't. You have a place to stay? State gave me a list, halfway houses and the like. Takes care of his own, you know. Yeah, sure does. Join our happy little family of guys lying awake all night, flattening their backs, staring at the ceiling and trying not to scream. I told them my address. If I'm not here, the key'll be under a brick in the flower bed out front, one nearest the door. It's a big house. Stay as long as you need to. Come and go as you want. Silence again. You sure about this, Lewis? I'm sure, I said. I'd barely hung up, had the thought I'd love a drink, and triumphantly decided on coffee instead, wandering out to the kitchen to see about assembling some when the phone rang again. Mr. Griffin? Yes? You may not know my voice. A number of years have passed since we met. I know it. Yes, I suspected that you would, of course. I also suspect that you may well choose not to speak with me. He waited without saying more. Go on. Thank you. This is quite difficult for me. I will not apologize for our past encounters, Mr. Griffin. I would never expected you to. Very well. Wondering if I'd ever actually heard someone say very well before, I watched a mouse ease out from beneath the refrigerator and inch along the baseboard. Part of its tail was missing. Guidry, Dr. Guidry, was Alouette's father, the one who had pushed her mother away, sequestered Alouette from her. Just before she died, Laverne had been trying to get in touch again with her daughter, at that time a runaway. And just after Laverne died, because she would have wanted me to, I found Alouette up in Mississippi, only to have Guidry descend with well-dressed lawyers and threadbare threats. Alouette chose to come back with me to New Orleans, and for a while it looked as though things were going to work out for her. But I guess it had looked that way before. I came home one day, and she was gone. "I'm in touch with you now," he said shortly, "because some weeks back I had a call from my daughter. Frogs have been known to fall from the sky without warning, pianos, hailstones like fine crystal. It was, as you will understand, no doubt, a terrible surprise, wholly unanticipated. Years have gone by, years in which I have had no word from my daughter, and despite considerable efforts on my part and behalf, proved unable to learn even her whereabouts." "Did she tell you where she was calling from?" "No." "Did she ask for money?" "Perhaps she intended to. She would have gotten it, of course, but very soon, we'd scarcely begun talking, we were cut off. Probably she just spooked when it came down to it and hung up. That is certainly possible, of course, but I think not." "Very well, and I think not, both in the space of minutes." "She said she was in trouble, Mr. Griffin." "Trouble's pretty much where she lives, you know that." "Which is why I have to think that for her to call me, the trouble this time must be extraordinary. At any rate," he said after a moment, "it occurred to me that whatever trouble she might be in, as long as she remained capable of doing so, you're the other person Alouette would be likely to contact." He cleared his throat. "Have you heard from my daughter, Mr. Griffin?" "No, neither recently nor since she left here. I'm sorry." "I see. And could I ask a favor? You've certainly no reason to grant me one, I realize." "I'll call you if I hear from Alouette, yes." "Thank you, Mr. Griffin," he said quietly. "Perhaps we might get together for lunch one day." Moments went by. Then the dial tone. The third call came later, as I settled ever deeper into my white wood rocker by the front window. I was on my third cup of coffee, playing a Mozart serenade for winds that was a favorite of Claire's. I picked up the phone on the fifth ring and said hello. Though no one answered, the line stayed open, and for whatever reason, I didn't speak again. I stood listening, feeling the presence there at the other end, on that other shore. Then the dial tone. In a drawer on my desk, I had a 7-year-old tape with two 20-second segments that sounded and felt exactly like this. Back then, not long after I pulled the cassette from my answering machine, sitting in darkness like a cat, with the fruity smell of gin and a murmur of wind outside, I had known that the old man's bottle and mute acceptance in that final scene from my novel were my own, and that I would not see my son, would not see David again. At 3:52 a.m., I put my book down and picked up, for the second or third time, my empty glass. The radio was on. Art Tatum's silk purse in some well-nibbled sow's ear of a popular song. Zeke had turned up around 9 and now was installed and asleep upstairs. He looked not at all like any of the photos of him I'd seen. What he looked like was a cypress tree someone had carved into the likeness of a man. I fed him leftover red beans and rice while we sat at the kitchen table going through a couple of pots of coffee together. Topics? How exciting and scary Zeke's first months at the prison paper were, and how uninspired the last years, when only a sense of duty and need of something to do kept him plodding doggedly on. Excited questions about movies like Boys in the Hood and Spike Lee's, which of course he'd not seen. Mentioned the novel Zeke thought he might someday write, until finally he said, "Okay, Lewis, point me to my corner, 'cause this old fight is about to fall down." High point of the afternoon had been when I dropped by Deborah's about 6 to say hello and make a date for dinner the next day. "You mean I'm getting asked out on Saturday night, like normal people?" she said. I asked her if Commanders would be okay, and she told me it always had been. "But let's go early, because afterwards I have a surprise for you." Low point of the afternoon was everything else. Following that morning's 3 phone calls, I'd sketched out my itinerary. Head uptown to see what I could find out about Darrell Anthony Dapp or Dapper Payne at Tulane's registrar, revisit the tract house on Old Metairie Road where I'd come across the body and where surely some subtle obtuse clue awaited me. Along the way, check out outlying missions and shelters. That was an awful lot of moving about. I called Dawn. "Okay if I borrow your car?" "Why not? It's in the lot out back. I'll send the keys down. Let them know you're coming." "Hey, Lou, Danny's okay. Says he's met an old friend at one of the malls, some guy he went to school with. Been staying with him, catching up on old times. They saw a movie or two, had some burgers. He's home now. Said he'd probably sleep right through to tomorrow." "That's good, Dawn." "Yeah, so you're gonna bring the car back here when you're through with it, or what?" "I'll bring it back." Though, for all the good it did me, I might as well have left it there in the lot and sat in it myself the whole time. No one anywhere could tell me anything I didn't know already. And the 2 or 3 mission-looking places I found were closed, whether permanently or just for the day, I couldn't tell. I found myself thinking about the notebook Lola Park had given me at the hospital that morning. I went over and got it from the breast pocket of the coat I'd hung on the back of the hallway chair. I'd carried the notebook for over a year. As with many good ideas, at first I'd used it readily and often before letting it slip into neglect. A dozen pages or so bore scribbled notes for classes and stories, snippets of overheard conversation, bits of description, the occasional address or phone number. The rest of the pages remained empty. Now, though, they were filled, literally filled, top to bottom, left to right, had to be 50, 60 lines to the page, with a tiny script that managed simultaneously to look like a continuous, unbroken line and put one in mind of cuneiform. My book, one of them, the accident victim, the man I'd first thought to be David, Lew Griffin, too, had said. And what he'd done in this notebook I'd left him, I realized upon reading several pages, was recast the old man in diary form. The central situation, individual scenes, settings, dialogue, all were there, but so were elements that had nothing to do with my story, scenes and language that never belonged to it, never belonged in it, never would. The notebook's unnamed, transparent diarist lives on the streets, moving freely through the city, watching people come and go, and afterwards, in an attempt to understand them, making up stories about them, who they may be, how they pass their days or nights, what's important to them, and what's scorned, memories, dreams. One day, a magazine, he watches 2 men, the first older, white, the other a young black, leave a bar together, shake hands and strike out their separate ways. He thinks how very much, for all their visible differences, the 2 men resemble one another, self and shadow. And from that moment of unpresuming observation, the story, the notebook's remaining pages, its retelling of my novel, gains force and spins itself out. When, years later, I met the younger man's son, it was with mutual self-recognition. "You're David," I said. "Yes." The past is no insubstantial thready thing. Sunlight slanting through shutters into cool rooms, pools and standards of mist adrift at roadside, memories that flutter from our hands the instant we open them. Rather, it is all too substantial, bluntly physical, like a boulder or cement block growing ever denser, ever larger there behind us, displacing and pushing us forward. And yes, in its mindless, rock-like, solid, unstoppable way, it pursues us. Something Deborah O'Neill and I talked about after her play on Saturday. A kind of heady conversation I seldom had. Guiltily looking about as we sat in Rue de la Corse, also a magazine, over coffee, tea, and biscotti, feeling again like the undergraduate I'd been for only the shortest of times. Deborah's play was the surprise she'd promised. We slid into seats front row center moments before the show began. The theater was a warehouse off Julia Street whose conversion seemed as superficial and tenuous as any Hollywood set. On stage, characters at a dinner party swirled in eccentric orbits about one another. Obviously few were familiars. Conversation was mostly phatic, with sudden intrusions of intensely personal remarks that brought silence crashing down. All the actors wore masks, and the very moment we thought we had one of them pegged, manipulative CEO, poor little me wife, kind-hearted friend, he or she would trade masks with one of the others, and in so doing, become a wholly different character. Apparently, there was also dissension among partygoers as to appropriate music. The soundtrack careened from Carl Orff to Willie Dixon to Sinatra to R.E.M. At one point, Sympathy for the Devil and the 1812 Overture played simultaneously. 20 minutes into the play, one of the male actors left the stage and, stripping off everything but his mask, stepping into high heels and strapping on a tray like those cigarette vendors once wore, strode through the audience, passing out still more masks. These were blank, but came with boxed crayons. We were supposed to participate, and some did wonderfully. The whole thing shimmered, changing again and again before our eyes, at once brilliant, prosaic, unheralded, obscene, chaotic, challenging, comforting, silly, obvious, disturbing. A man in a three-piece gray suit and red smiley-face mask stood at the back of the hall and, claiming to be the play's author, confirming the disappointment he'd anticipated even from its inception, demanded that the production immediately be shut down. One rose and, having brought a hush to the house with an imploring wave of his hand, wearing no mask at all, simply stood weeping. Finally, the cigarette vendor threw a kimono over substantial shoulders. Stepping back on stage, he said, "The rest is silence, unless," he paused, "I have a higher bid." And the curtain fell, to resound an applause, my own not the least once I'd shaken myself loose from the spell. Even to move, I felt, somehow would violate what I'd just experienced, bringing mundane life crashing back in. "Too pretentious, wasn't it?" Deborah said beside me. I knew it. I don't know why I let them. When I told her it was among the most powerful moments of theater I'd seen, she shut up and sat staring at me. All around us, people stood, easing back into ordinary lives. You're desperate, Lewis. Of course, but that was hardly new. Still in his kimono, heels exchanged for platform slippers, the cigarette vendor came over with a dozen red roses for Deborah. She ducked her face into them. How embarrassing! But couldn't escape standing to acknowledge the applause when it didn't stop. When she did stand, swaying, I thought again as I thought when I first saw her, of willows. Afterwards, we repaired to Rue de la Course, there over French roast, Earl Grey and biscotti, to speak of grand ideas, ambition, disappointment, high rent and sleeping alone, ghosts, phantoms, demands of the past. You sure the play wasn't too pretentious? No. Want another tea? Why not? I went inside. When I came out, balancing full mugs, the workers across the street had stopped and began packing everything: wire brushes, sanders, paint, ladders, toolboxes, tool belts, lights, into trucks and hatchbacks. Thanks, Deborah said. She drank. What part did you like best? Intellectually? Whatever. Okay. I have to tell you, I found the guy wandering around nude in the audience a real turn-on. Yeah, me too. You ready to go, Lewis? Oh, yes.
Rachel was reading the 5th episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.
And you can hear part 6 of Eye of the Cricket after the weekend. Over to Paul Garner for the comedy now. Toby Haydock brings you The Seventh Dimension at midnight, including Nick Perry's dystopian vision of a capital city divided in two, London Bridge. I'll be back with our drama exploring the life of the actress who premiered the role of Eliza Doolittle. Join me for Moonbeam and Mrs. Pat at 1 o'clock.
Evening all, Paul Garner here with you. Life is sweet, isn't it? It's Friday night, the weekend's just round the corner, and I've got 2 hours of the very finest BBC radio comedies lined up and ready to play you. Ha! And if that wasn't good enough, I'm even getting paid just to sit and listen to them. Get in! Welcome one and all to the Comedy Club.
Hello and welcome.
Welcome to the Comedy Club.
Welcome to the Comedy Club, everybody.
Here on the radio.
Funny comedy laugh time.
Seriously though, let's have some comedy.
Coming up on tonight's show, at 10:30 we drop in on the chaotic life of care worker Beauty Alonga in Beauty of Britain. At 11, it's 2,000 years of radio, as we tune in from some ancient audio history and marvel at a broadcast from the year 500 AD. At 11:15, there's another surreal adventure from Stephen Appleby's Normal Life. And rounding us off at 11:30, John Holmes and Alice Arnold mangle real radio programmes to bring us something totally new and a little bit twisted in Listen Against. And later in the show, I'll be joined in the studio by my guest this week, Simon Farnaby. But first this evening, Dawn French and Jennifer Saunders are warring sisters in a new series by the excellent David Quantick. This is Whatever Happened to Baby Jane Austen.
Here's the post, Florence.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Ragnarok.
Nothing much. Just a royalty statement from Bosnia-Herzegovina and a... What are you watching?
This? It's one of Selena's old films, or movies, as they call them now.
Where did you track that down?
Well, since her so-called book came out, her films are all over Hotflix.
Netflix?
Yes. She's having quite the resurgence. You'd think she was Ingrid Bergman, the way they've restored all her old prints and digitised her backside.
And there it is.
Indeed.
Impressive.
Yes, her bum should have won an Oscar, I'd give her that.
And she can drive a speedboat and drink champagne at the same time. What is this?
This is her most famous film. It's called The Vixen.
Oh, now they're in bed.
Yeah. It jumps around quite a lot. Mind you, so does she.
Oh, I see what you mean. Goodness. She's very bendy.
She always was. She used to be able to pick up half crowns with her nostrils.
I take it she's the lead.
Yes, well, always has to be the centre of attention. She plays the widow of a San Monaco millionaire who was killed by gangsters over gambling debts. So, to get revenge, she starts murdering the gangsters, but...
Premonitory language now as we return to New Orleans for part 6 of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, and to the world of part-time detective Lew Griffin, who finds himself on a missing persons case with a difference.
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Ray Shell. We're in New Orleans in 1997. Lew Griffin's various investigations have had one very pleasurable outcome. He's met Deborah O'Neill, who sells flowers and writes plays, and promises to be a significant figure in Lew's future plans.
Somehow, we go on being given new chances. What I was thinking Saturday night or Sunday morning, whichever show you watched from, having left Deborah's a little after 1, lying with body exhausted, mind chugging away in a bamboo-like shaft of moonlight. Late that afternoon, I'd come home, and on my hurried way towards a shower and new clothes, gone into kitchen for a bottle of water, only to find refrigerator, pantry, and shelves stocked for the first time in years. With no one to cook for, I'd long ago given it up. I ate out or nibbled at plates of cheese, crackers, sausage, raw vegetables. A note from Ezekiel, scrawled in huge printed letters, taped to the refrigerator door like a child's school drawings put on display, read, "I fried your last egg for breakfast. It was ripe. Then, as you may have noticed, I went shopping. Someone has to. Figure since I don't have a job, I'll take up a hobby at least and get down to some gourmet cooking. Always meant to. Zeke." Of the 6 messages on my answering machine, the most important was from Tulane. Basically, hello, is anyone there? Like a message launched blindly into space. I would have called back right then, but nobody be around on Saturday afternoon. I'd missed, 1 class? It seemed like more. This week had been all over the damn place. Felt as though I needed a map and one of those timelines of history charts. "So many things happened to us," Deborah said, arm passing into light from the window as she gathered the pink cotton blanket loosely about her. "How are we ever supposed to know which are the important ones, which ones matter?" We're not. Maybe the ones that matter are the ones we decide matter. I'd love to believe we have that much control over it. She sipped white wine from a tulip-shaped glass. "You never drink, do you?" "Only because for a long time that was mostly what I did." "My father was a drinker." I made no reply, became a receptacle. "He'd been a tyrant a long time, I guess. Told my mother what to fix for dinner every night, how much she could spend on a household that week, when she could buy shoes for herself or the older kids. And he'd fly into these smashing, screaming fits of rage when things went wrong. But by the time I came along, I was a late child, a surprise. My mother turned 40 the year after. He'd become an invalid, someone my mother had to care for totally. Wet brain, she called it. Mom would prop him up in a chair in front of the TV. She'd tie a sheet around him to keep him from getting up and wandering off. And she made these diapers out of old towels. That became pretty much his life, such as it was, sitting propped up in front of Dallas, I Dream of Jeannie, or the Rockford Files and improvised diapers. Died when I was 12. It's mostly the tenderness I remember. This incredible tenderness my mother showed for this man who so terribly abused her. I moved up beside her, and she leaned into me. I could end that way too, Lew. I felt the heat of her tears on my skin. We all can, all too easily. Her finger traced the crater of a gunshot wound on my shoulder, a knife scar low in my ribs. The first looked like a smallpox vaccination, the second like a zipper or the backbone of some tiny animal. You're one of the important things, Lew. This matters. I didn't respond, just pulled her closer to me. Okay, so it's romantic abandon you want, huh? You have some? Sure. Hang on, let me open a can. To tell you the truth, there's a surplus. Lots of supply. No demand.
These men you've been seeing, they got their balls up on the shelves. You know they could never love you, baby. They can't even love themselves. You know if you need someone who can. Well, I could be, you know I could be your lover, man. You better believe me when I tell you I could love you like a man.
All day Saturday, I'd been out there beating bushes. Hauled myself out of bed at 7, sliding from under bat, asleep on my chest, to face a working man's breakfast of scrambled eggs, grits with jalapenos and cheese, toast, melon. Might as well use all this food since it was here. Bat felt the same way, circling back to his bowl again and again, mewing shrilly as I ate. Drank a pot of coffee with breakfast and another afterwards while cleaning up the kitchen. Nerves honed to a fine point, whereupon I hit the streets. There are several groups of people who make it their business to know who's in town, to notice new arrivals, take note of weaknesses and dependencies. Some are, as they like to say, with the government. Some work for even older and still more centralized, if far-flung, organizations. A few are independents. None more independent than Doo-Wop. He knew everyone's stories, had them fixed forever, flies in amber, in his memory. That time of day, it was relatively easy to find him. He'd be near one end or the other of his regular route. Some days he started uptown and worked his way into the quarter. Others, he did it in reverse. I took a guess. It was a little before 9 when I got to Lafitte's, and the bartender told me I just missed Doo-Wop. He did boost one drink from the guy that was here, a beer, if you can believe it. That's what Doo-Wop did, roamed the city, trading stories for drinks. I caught up with him at Monsters. He had started life as a disco about the time discos were dying out, then briefly managed to transform itself into a concert hall for the likes of Don McLean, Arlo Guthrie, John Lee Hooker. Mirror balls still hung over a dance floor crowded with stacked plastic chairs and unlit. Posters curled and cracked on the walls beside signed photographs of musicians no one had ever heard of. My man, Doo-Wop said to my reflection in the mirror behind the bar. Silver had worn away in patches, erasing portions of the world. Been a while. We'd known each other now for over 30 years. This was his standard greeting. Sometimes I'd be my man, other times Captain. Names weren't a big thing with Doo-Wop. Been a while was equally generic since Doo-Wop had no conception of time. For him, everything happened in the present. Hope in meantime, a friend once called it. Buy you a drink? Part of the ritual. New Orleans is a Catholic city, a pagan voodoo city. It takes ritual to its heart. Doo-Wop paused, head tilting first right, then left, as though sampling winds. Bourbon, he decided. I called for a bourbon. None of my business, of course. He sniffed this new shot of generic whiskey as though it had been aged in barrels. You ever find any of those folks you show up asking me about? Some of them, sure. They want to get found. Some of them. He nodded and threw the bourbon back, waited quietly. I glanced at the bartender. He put down another. Doo-Wop's look let me know we were ready for business. Name's Armatine Rouch, I told him. 20-ish, black, knows his way around. Maybe freelancing as enforcement for street bankers. Scamming, definitely, and it could be almost anything. Started off his career stealing money from a relative's purse. Soon went on to bigger and better things. Boosted cars, stabbed one of his teachers in the chest with a pair of scissors. Boy, it's busy. I nodded. From around here? He is now. State's been taking care of him the last few years. Sprung him this past August. Taking care of himself again. I showed him my copy of a photo Don had pulled up from prison files. These shots are shaky at best. Add the fax machine's contribution, it could be anyone from Pancho Villa to Charlie Patton. Nice photo. Right. And for Doo-Wop, downright garrulous. Don't look much like him, though. Ah. I dropped another 10 on the bar. The bartender snagged it neatly with one hand as he set down Doo-Wop's shot with the other. Doo-Wop sat, considering. Tommy T's Tavern out on Gentile. I knew the place. Any given time, half the guys in there were cons, the other half ex-military. Cons I could handle. I understood them. Only fools felt safe around the others. Owe you one, Captain. Doo-Wop had a finely developed sense of just compensation. To his mind, the drinks I had bought him exceeded the value of the information he was able to give me, so next time was on him, and he damn sure wouldn't forget. One other thing, he said as I stood to leave. Okay. Take Papa with you. You don't get out near enough. Probably be up at Kenny's about now. You stop by there. Doesn't get out, huh? Kenny's? Far as Papa's concerned, that's the same as staying home. Within the hour, Papa and I were out there, sitting in a back corner at a table with 4 legs of unequal length and warped floorboards beneath, with mugs of barely chilled, watery beer. The mugs made quiet, sucking sounds when we lifted them off the table. The dominant smells were Lysol and old grease. The dominant fashions were muscle shirts, T-shirts, and tattoos. My coat and tie and my black face stood out like a cardinal in a flock of penguins. No one in there could keep their eyes away from our table. They huddled together in groups, talking among themselves, glancing again and again in our direction, till one of them, finally, couldn't keep nose, balls, ego, and white pride in check any longer. Stepping so close that his legs touched the table, he looked straight on at Papa. "Welcome to Tommy T's," he said. "Don't remember seeing you in here before." Papa sighed. "You haven't seen me in here before? Well, then don't be a stranger from now on. I'm Wayne." He glanced around at the others to see how he was doing. Just so there'd be no distractions, someone pulled the plug on the jukebox. 3 notes up the 4-note climb into dominant and chorus, Hank Williams Jr. stopped singing. What was coming up was sure to be better entertainment. "But you gotta know to leave your boy there outside, right? His kind ain't never been welcome here, won't ever be." Papa looked up at him. Papa was stamped from the same pattern as a lot of them in there. Brush-cut hair, leathery face. But he'd been fighting undisclosed wars, leading other men into those wars and losing a lot of them. Good men and bad wars and good men, when Wayne was grunting, his first diapers full of disposable goods. "Now, boy," Papa said after a moment, "I know you can't much help being the stupid asshole son of a bitch you are. It's what your folks were before you, God bless them. How you gonna be anything else? I understand that. We all do." He looked around the room. So I'm not going to take offense at anything you just said, considering the sauce and all. Instead, I'm going to offer to buy everyone in here a round. What the hell, a couple of rounds. There was a pause as all the mathematicians worked on this new equation in a formula they thought sure they already knew. Seems to me they're drawing closer to our table, as up closer to the blackboard, scowling at figures there. This is probably paranoia, I think. No, it's not, I think. Muscles bunched and tattoos on biceps puckered as Wayne reached across the table for Papa's neck. Sometimes I almost forget how naked and ugly their hatred can be. But I saw it then in his eyes. Old man and a nigger. Teach this white man a lesson. Hit that nigger bad, then get back to his drinks and friends. Simple plan, way things were meant to be. Wayne's arm was halfway across the table when his face moved suddenly away from us, back and down, like the detectives on those stairs in Psycho. His head hit the floor. Papa's hooked the foot behind his ankle and pulled him over. Then Papa was down there too, with his knee planted in Wayne's genitals. Suddenly, light flooded the bar. A voice from the open doorway said, "You through playing with him, Captain. You let that young idiot up off the floor, assuming he's able to get up. He can't. We just dump him out back." The door swung shut behind them, closing us back into darkness. "Gene, plug that jukebox in. Rest of you either get back to your business or out of here." The clientele swarmed back to drinks, TV shows, pool tables, conversations. Hank Williams Jr. abrupted into the forecourt. Free at last. The man dragged a chair over from the next table and sat down with us. He and Papa grinned at one another. "Jack," Papa said, "so you own bars now instead of tearing them up?" "Mostly. Heard you were still in Cambodia." "Was. Su Ling doing okay, I hope?" "Believe it." Papa nodded. "Always thought that girl had fine taste, and then she up and married you. Hear you moved up in the world too, Captain. Buy you a beer?" "Sure." These came from under the bar, in bottles, beads of cold sweat on them. The man sat looking down at Wayne. "You think that boy's gonna get up?" "He'll come around. He's strong." "Good thing, too, dumb as he is." They grinned at one another again for a while. "Don't guess you showed up here just for old time's sake," the man said. Papa shook his head, then looked at me. "Lew Griffin," I said, putting my hand across the table. He didn't take it. I told him about Armatine Rauch and why I was looking for him, described his appearance and background, slid the photo across the table which tried to keep it, told him we'd greatly appreciate any help he could give us. When I was done, he looked at Papa. "What's this all about, Bill?" I've never heard anyone call Papa by name before. "Talk to him, not me," Papa said. He sipped at his beer. "I just run the ferry." "Right," throwing back half his beer. "Okay, I guess I owe you that at least." The second half of his beer went looking for the first. "Griffin, that right? Man, you looking for this Rauch?" "Yeah, he comes in here some." "How often?" "Some," I said. "You know where he lives?" "Around is what I heard." "You consider having your people give me a call next time he shows up?" He glanced over at Papa, who nodded. "Okay. Thanks, but you want to look him up before then. He teaches a self-defense class over at the high school every Saturday." I asked for directions and got them. "That it?" I nodded. "Appreciate it, Jack," Papa replied. "You be sure to give Su Ling my love." When he was gone, we sat looking down at Wayne. "Good work, by the way," I told Papa. "Guess doo-wop figured I might need you out here. Usually have to do my own heavy lifting." Papa drained off the last of his beer. "Yeah, well, good thing once in a while to just get back, let somebody else do the cooking." When I got home that afternoon, 3 police cars were parked a couple of blocks up my street. Cops stood talking to people and writing on clipboards as radios sputtered. The kids on bikes had grabbed another purse and a wallet from an old couple out for a walk. One of my neighbors had chased them halfway to Ferret.
You know, Bootleg Sal used to live across town. The law went there and it closed her down. Now you can't get the stuff no more. Now you can't get that stuff no more. No matter how you try, you can't get that stuff no more.
The high school on this late Saturday afternoon looked abandoned. The front fence, facing on Joseph, was impassable, looped in lengths of chain and padlocked. Around to the side, near the back, though, was an old delivery entrance. Roots from a nearby oak had shattered its drive to plugs of cement, sitting all on different planes, with shoots of grass and weed between them. The gate stood agap. There was a long groove in the cement where the gate had been forced open until it would go no further, forward or back, and it remained so ever since. I was crabbing through this gap, thinking I'd come too late. No one's here, it's a waste of time, when a young woman appeared outside a utility shed lodged at the lot's far corner. After a moment, others began to emerge, individually, in pairs or small groups. Most wore gym clothes, fleece shorts, sleeveless tees and sweats, warm-ups, a few in skin-tight biker shorts or cut-off jeans. I watched as they slipped through the fence on their way back to cars, cups of coffee, blockbuster videos, showers, drinks, apartments, homes. Was that it? I waited. Faint strands of music from inside, and moments later, a man stepped out. He wore an unreconstructed silk sport coat over a maroon t-shirt and chinos, carrying a backpack and portable CD player. Pulling the door shut behind him, he glanced my way, but his eyes passed on. Then he seemed to remember something he'd forgotten or left behind and went back into the building, towards which I was moving fast. I went through the front door just in time to see out a back window the chain-link fence rebounding where he'd gone over. It still sang against its posts. The window was never intended for exits, sudden or otherwise. A quick moving off in trees worthy of Bigfoot or deer slayer. You live the way Rauch does, you better have good instincts and reflexes. Somehow he'd sense I was there, knew I was there. I went back inside. The floor, which also served as foundation, was cheap cement, poured quickly, pitted and uneven. Exercise mats were scattered about, folding steel chairs pushed together helter-skelter at the back. 2 or 3 were capsized. Rauch had gone over them to get to the window. I went over the fence and along a path and emerged just moments after Rauch. As he came out of the trees, a black Honda Civic swung around the corner from Joseph and pulled in at the curb before him. Rauch peered into it. To all appearance, as surprised as I was to see Sean Delaney there in the car, and got in. I was half a block off when the Honda pulled away. In the rear view mirror, Sean watched me sprint towards them, slow and stop. I jotted down the license number in my notebook. These days, I trusted very little to memory. I went back through the trees to the outbuilding, where I failed to find the clues any good detective surely would have, then took a bus home, where, before leaving again for dinner with Deborah and, as it turned out, her play, I sat at the kitchen table, looking up at Zeke's note on the refrigerator door and thinking how our lives weave, dodge, collide. And I remembered Hosey Straughter. Our lives can be taken away from us at any time, Lew. Suspended, assumed by others, devalued, destroyed. Snap a finger and they're gone. Don't ever forget that, Lewis. So many holes in my life, small ones, day size, week long, owing to drink and disavowal, others deeper and farther reaching to various inabilities and inactions. An entire year gone to blood loss, hospitals, drugs, and afternoon TV when I was shot. When Laverne leaned above me saying, possibly I only imagined this, "You want the whole to take over, don't you, Lew? It's not enough anymore just to stand close and peer over the edge. You want the whole to come after you." It did, of course. True, there were times it seemed I hardly cared what happened to me. At some level, I suppose, I half hoped for the worst, became a kind of magnet for it, walked into situations no rational man would breach, set myself up for disaster again and again like some dime store wind-up doomsday machine. But I never lost sight of how perilous every moment of our life is, how frail and friable the tissue holding self and world together. Only the luckiest ever get to show up at the door with long-legged heart in hand.
The piano has been drinking. The piano has been drinking. Not me. Not me. Not me.
Sometimes I wish I could forget. At some level, of course, forgetting is what the drinking was all about, along with other holes in my life. And forgetting, I now know, is the sea into which my son David set sail. Looking back at what I've written thus far, these many twists and turns of chronology, I wonder if, in some strange way, forgetting may not be what I have been about here as well. Putting things down to discharge them, working to tuck memories safely away in the folds and trouser cuffs of time. Moments ago, I pulled out a legal pad and, reading back through these 200-some pages, tried to plot out, tried to untangle and write down sequentially the sequence of events. Let's see. I'd already been stomped by those kids out on Derby when Zeke showed up, right? And dinner with Deborah, attending her play? Was that before or after Papa and I encountered the great white hopes out Gentilly Way? Just where does my first meeting Deborah fit into all of this? Or finding the body in that tract house on Old Metairie Road? Memory's always more poet than reporter. Proust at the barricades, or Faulkner struggling with the screenplay for The Big Sleep. He can't figure out what order all this is supposed to have happened in, and in desperation finally calls up Chandler himself. When I wrote that, Chandler tells him, only God and I knew what I meant, and now I've forgotten. Memory's never been much of a timekeeper, always whispers, trust me. Never one, though, to show up when needed, keep its room clean, do laundry, bathe on a regular basis. But Lord, as Granddaddy Chappelle might have said if he'd ever thought much about such things, sitting on his back porch outside Forest City with a jelly glass of bourbon, plug of tobacco, and 3 generations of children swooping around, himself quite a storyteller. Lord, what stories it tells.
Rachel was reading the 6th episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.
And you can hear part 7 of Eye of the Cricket tomorrow night at 9:30. Sarah Campbell is standing by for Monday night's Comedy Club. That'll take up the next 2 hours. So I'll be back at midnight with our thriller, The Psychedelic Spy. See you then.
Nights at 11 on Radio 4 Extra and BBC Sounds.
This is
BBC Radio 4
Extra.
And now it's time to catch up with events in New Orleans. We're up to part 7 of Eye of the Cricket. Handy recap coming up.
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Ray Shell. We're in New Orleans in 1997. Lew Griffin is searching for a missing teenager, Sean Delaney, a search which, at a deeper level, reminds him how much he misses his own son, David, who left home and disappeared some years before. And his friend Don Walsh is also having problems with his son.
Sunday went by, as I once read in some mystery or another, in a blaze of inaction. And Monday, the license number I scribbled down as the black Honda pulled away got me nowhere, though it did get me a free lunch. Stolen, Don had said on the phone, from a parking lot out on the airline. Tell me you're surprised. Not really. Okay then, tell me why anyone would boost a Honda. For God's sake, a Honda? Look, Lou, I gotta get out of here. Talk to someone, look at someone who's not a cop. What the hell, it's almost 11. Buy your lunch? Praline connection, do the trick? You got it. 30 minutes? Sure. You can be any place in New Orleans in 30 minutes. Sitting already over his second beer as I came in, Don pushed an envelope across the table to me. Documents inside tracked the black Honda, a rental car up until 13 months ago and 60,000 miles, then sold at auction. It had been taken off a lot outside an abandoned bowling alley and across from a tiny Chinese restaurant much favored by the Metairie lunchtime crowd. Hope it helps, Don said. A parade of 30 or more young people went by in the street outside, curiously silent for all their number and collective motion, as though the wraparound windows were soundproof or the whole thing on TV with the volume off. The effect was eerie, unsettling, like peering into another world. Half a block behind the others, 2 young men held aloft a banner. How long can we remain silent? You were saying, I told Don, how you're about to go postal. He shook his head and drank before he spoke. Sometimes I look around me in the squad room and I think, I'm all alone here. The rest aren't human, any of them. But if they're not human, what are they? There's one part of me that more than anything wants civility back, Lou. People saying please and thank you, opening doors for one another, letting other cars go first, keeping quietly and politely to themselves. I don't know. Philip brought out food, along with a fistful of hot sauces and bottles. I sprinkled clear crystal over my beans and rice. Another part just wants it all stopped. The crime, the killing, and that part doesn't really care much how. That part scares me. To hell, it says, with civility. To hell with individual rights, due process, equal protection under the law, Constitution, democracy, civil rights. Nice ideas, folks. Really fine. You hold on to those, you hear? But right now, let's put them on the shelf where they belong and get on with real life. Let's just get the goddamn job done. I thought again how, because increasingly we're afraid to venture out and engage the world and having our playpens toys like TVs and online computers that we believe connect us but instead render us ever more apart, how we've become a nation without culture, and losing sense of community and culture irrevocably erodes the soul. So, there we were. 2 old farts singing their sad praise of yesterdays. One of them who carried a gun, wanting people to be nice to one another again, while authorities mowed down wrongdoers. The other, who'd learned better than to carry one, smiling out of a black face, suspended forever between the anxieties and ambitions of 2 worlds. Don's face lifted, following something outside. Beyond the glass. He rose, chair legs rasping back loudly on the cement floor. Hey, Dad, words evenly spaced as though set up on blocks. "Danny, you okay?" "What? Hey, sure, what else I'd be? This is my friend Billy." "Bobby," his friend said, tall and thin and sharp-edged as a shaft of Johnson grass. He wore a black silk suit over a T-shirt with tails out. The T-shirt started off white, but that had been some time back. "I wish you'd let me know when you're going to be away, Danny. I thought we had an agreement. Just pick up the phone, you know?" "Hey, I meant to. I really did. Been real busy, though." "Busy?" "Yeah, got a new job. Good one this time." Don looked at him, at his friend, then at me. "Hellish long hours. Most nights I'm so beat it's all I can do to open up a can of chili and fall in bed." "At least you have a place to sleep then." "What? Oh, sure I do. No problem. And money in my pocket, you bet. Just like I said it would be." Bobby said something to him that I didn't catch. "Look, Dad, I gotta go, okay? I'll call, promise." Yeah, sure you will. Take care, son." We watched him go out and turn the corner back up towards the quarter. Don drank from his Abita. I sipped at my tea. "He's not going to call," I said. Don put his empty bottle down. "Not a chance in hell." "You didn't ask where he was staying. He wouldn't have told me." Don picked up a piece of chicken and put it back down, wiped grease from his fingers. "It's a lot worse than you know, Lou. Things generally are. I love him, Lou. I really love him. And there's not one damn thing I can do to help him or stop him. All I can do is stand by and watch it happen." He looked down at his fried chicken the way a witch doctor might peer into spilled fresh entrails. Signs and signals everywhere if he just knew how to read them.
I speak to you, I think you understand, you know you made your son Joseph a dangerous man, boy. He's gone to town, bought himself a gun. This could happen to every mother's son.
They were actually still there waiting, most of them anyway, when I took the corner fast and walked in, totally unprepared. No notes, no books, just sweaty clothes and a worried smile on my face. It had suddenly come to me on the streetcar back uptown that this was Monday, and that Monday was class day. I'd already missed all Wednesday's classes and half of today's. 1:40, I could just about make it. I just about did. 2:10 on the classroom clock when I got there. Many hadn't unpacked books and papers. Some sat talking quietly. Sally Mara was reading, but not Malloy or Ulysses. She was reading The Old Man. Somehow I got through the hour. Somehow, talking about Finnegan's Wake, At Swim Two Birds, and Early Beckett, I managed to keep them mostly awake. Sally Mara was waiting for me outside the classroom afterwards. "Have a few minutes?" she asked. When I said I did, she fell in beside me, round face turned up as we walked. "You'd look great with a beard," she said. We pushed our way through sluggish doors and started down the first half flight of stairs. "Don't you think?" I had one once. Woman I was living with kept trying to grab it to do dishes, thought it was a Brillo pad. Her smile broadened. "You didn't tell us you were a writer, Mr. Griffin." "Lots of things I don't admit to, Mrs. Mara, but somehow these nasty little secrets have a way of getting out." "What are you working on now?" For a moment, I almost said, "I'm trying to find my son." "Nothing," I said instead. "That's awful," Mrs. Mara said. "Sad." Each year, I feel the gap between myself and these young people widen, cracks taking over a floor as boards wear away. We don't live in the same world, hardly speak the same language. It's possible we never did. Though every year or so, a face will tilt up out of some new mass of them, and for a moment, as a kind of electric arc passes between us, I'll recognize, here is another. Something of that sense now with Sally Mara. "Not really," I told her. There are probably too many books in the world already, and certainly too many second-rate writers. I don't believe you mean that. Again, that sudden smile. There had been times in my life I could have lived on that smile for months. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Griffin. That's all. The course been fabulous, but finding your books, I think they're great, really great. She ducked her head. I just wanted you to know that. Then she was gone. But today, my dance card was full. Another form replaced hers in the doorway. Light from the office's narrow, high window silhouetted his hair like some exotic plant on the wall behind. You remember me, Keith Leroy? Sure I do. Last name accented on the first syllable. The young man with woody woodpecker hair who'd run Tasty D-Nut all but single-handedly for minimum wage. This where you work, huh? I nodded. I teach. He said, looking around. This all yours? Pretty much. Good, that's good. What you teach? Literature, French, parlez-vous and all that. Right. And literature? Novels, stories, essays, all the things people make up to try to understand and explain what we're doing here, what life's all about, why we choose the things we do. He looked about. Always thought someday I might do this. Go this route, be a kick. You decide to, let me know and I'll do whatever I can to help you. Since I'm teaching here, I have some voice in who gets admitted, who gets financial aid, that sort of thing. He stood watching me. Really, man? Why would you want to do that for me? Hell if I knew. Thanks, he said after a moment. Maybe because I hadn't tried to help Laverne, hadn't been able to help L'Alouette or my own son. Thank me after you decide and something comes of it. He nodded. Seemed quite settled in there. Neither of us spoke for a couple of minutes. So, he said. So, a few days ago you were looking for Sean Delaney. That still up? Till I find him, yeah. Figured. Well, around 7 this morning, my beeper goes off. It's Delaney on the other end, wondering when he could pick up his final check. I stalled him. Told him maybe tomorrow. You got a number? I can call you then. I'll call you, he says. Right. He paused. How bad you want to talk to this Sean Delaney? His family asked me to find him. Family? Brother, actually. He's the one that takes care of them all. Sean's mother and some smaller kids. I used to have a brother, a couple of years younger than me. Really smart. We all thought this kid could do anything he wants to. Anything at all. One Saturday night, they shot him down in a parking lot outside Walmart. Took him for someone else, maybe. Or just drove by and he was there. We never knew. He just turned 14. I'm sorry. Yeah, sure you are. Everyone is. Delaney do something? I don't think so, not yet. Bet you're thinking he hangs where he is. It's only a matter of time. I nodded. Good kid. I know. But he has that hitch in his eye, looking for something, hungry. I nodded again, wondering if I ever came across anyone, any age, who understood people the way Keith Leroy did. Delaney told me he had to have the money. Don't hold your breath, I said. Anyway, it's only a few dollars. He said, hole he's in, a few dollars could just make a difference. You think he'll call back? Keith Leroy grinned. You free around 6 o'clock, Mr. Griffin? I could be. Good. Then you just might want to come along with me to the Funky Butt Bar, Mid-City. Have a sandwich, maybe a couple of beers. See what happens. Someone at the office door cleared his throat. I'll come by where you stay, Keith Leroy said. Pick you up. That okay? Round 5:30. He nodded to me, then to my newest visitor, who stepped back out of the door to let him pass. One last dance on my card, this time strictly faux, a foxtrot maybe. Dean Treadwell wondered aloud just how serious was my dedication to teaching to the university. He knew that I had a drinking problem, of course, and raised his hand when I started to protest. He understood, too, that my creative work, my own novels and stories, were of primary importance to me. He'd read and admired several of them himself at his wife's urging, and devoted as it was to liberal arts, the university was happy to make certain concessions and accommodations. But now, Treadwell's as fine a man as you're likely to pluck out from among these academic brambles and thickets. I'm sure he resented giving the lecture as much as I did receiving it. So when he was done, I said, "You're absolutely right," and handed over the office key. You have to hold on to the lock and push in on it to get it open. There's probably a trick to getting the computer to work too, but I haven't found it. The students pretty much take care of themselves. "Mr. Griffin," he said, "Lewis, please, wait." But I was in the doorway now, canceling out the rest of my dance card. "I have been," I said, "waiting for far too long."
Keep on moving.
So, newly unemployed, I lay on the couch belching beans and crystal hot sauce, waiting for Keith Leroy. Bat kept strafing the room. He'd dash in, jump on a rug, and ride it across the floor till they crashed into wall or furniture, then retreat. I'd fed him, so this had to be some kind of higher complaint. Maybe he was afraid I'd no longer be able to provide for him in the manner to which he'd become accustomed. I drifted as though on a raft, asleep, awake, and somewhere in between. "You come along or not?" Keith Leroy said above me. I looked up for a moment, disoriented. "Let myself in since you wouldn't answer the door. Hand got sore standing out there knocking." I swung my legs over the side of the couch and sat up. "So, you coming with?" I came with. 20 minutes later, we were seated at a corner table near the door, me with coffee, looking up at the name painted in block white letters on the window outside, Funky Bud, Leroy with draft beer, checking out two young ladies drinking margaritas at the bar. The bartender, waitress, cook, obviously a woman of many talents, dropped hamburgers on the table before us and stalked back towards the bar. Leroy downed his hamburger in 4 truly impressive bites. I had just started mine when he said, "There's your man," and stood. He walked over to meet him. Neither made any move towards a handshake, anything like that, of course. They stood talking. Delaney's eyes cut towards me. It's not something you see too often on TV or in the movies. The detective standing up with grease dribbling down his chin to apprehend a suspect. I started for them just as Delaney turned to leave. Leroy's hand shot out and clamped on his upper arm. That was when Armentine Rauch stepped through the door. "Boys with me," he said. Leroy looked once into Rauch's eyes and let go of Delaney, stepping back, arms half raised, palms out. Rauch's eyes turned to me. We stood in mutual regard, no expression on our faces, absolute quiet in the bar. A solid, compact little blue steel .22 appeared. "I sure as hell hope there ain't no goddamn heroes here." The gun gave him confidence. Now his eyes could let go of mine. They swept the room. Sean Delaney still afraid to move. Keith Leroy back against the wall. The girls at the bar swiveled about to watch, skirts hiked high on their legs. "Had about all I can stomach of heroes." He smiled, let the gun fall down along his leg. Man get a drink around here? Sure you can, darling. Rouch whirled about and into the baseball bat that landed expertly just below the supraorbital ridge at the bridge of his nose. He went back and down like a door slammed off its hinges, just as inert. Leroy lowered his hands. I picked up the .22, which slid towards me when Rouch fell. The girls swiveled back to the bar to slurp up the dregs of their drinks through pastel straws. Damn sons of bitches think they come in here and mess with my customers. Don't never learn. She laughed to herself. Learned him anyways. As I said, a lady of many talents. Bartender, waitress, cook, enforcer. She stepped behind the bar again and announced, "Last call, ladies and gentlemen. Might want to order doubles. Cops be here soon enough." I knew just what she meant. All kinds of undesirables dropping by this afternoon.
What you want, baby, I got it. What you need, do you know I got it? All I'm asking is for a little respect when you come a little bit, baby, just a little bit.
Thing is, Don went on, talking now to Armentine Rouch, we're willing to overlook a lot of things. Have to. All that goes on around here, limited manpower we have. Don shook his head and leaned closer over the table. Two men in the same business, you might as well say, comparing notes. Bodies are different, Rouch. We don't get away with overlooking those for long. Mayor's office, citizens groups, the paper, TV shows calling us America's murder capital and pushing for federal investigations. Everybody's got a list. And when those lists start getting long, they just naturally get louder and louder about it. Hey, you want some coffee or something? A cigarette? Rouch shook his head. You sure? Okay, you just let me know if you change your mind. So what you think? You think you might be able to help me with this? Rouch smiled. Your men took my wallet. Sorry, regulations. My lawyer's card is in there. Maybe he'll be able to help you. Don nodded. You're probably right. Lawyers usually do, bless them. Officer DeSalle? Yes, sir. Will you please go check and be sure this man's lawyer has been notified? We all sat looking at one another until DeSalle returned. Counselor Silberman, that's Mr. Rouch's lawyer, Lieutenant, is currently unavailable. Seems he's on vacation in Barbados for a couple of weeks. Well, Don said, that does present us something of a problem, doesn't it, Rouch? We can petition for a court-appointed lawyer, some kid just out of law school, or some burnt-out case carrying twice as many cases as anyone could possibly handle. Or you can hold me over till such time as my own attorney becomes available. Good take on the situation, Don said. Thank you. Listen, you mind waiting here a few minutes? A couple of things I've got to take care of. DeSalle and I followed Don out of the room. You really try calling that shitbag's lawyer? He asked. This time I didn't make it up, didn't have to. Guy's really in Barbados. Not much room to maneuver there, then. Not much. So now I guess we hit number 2. And hope he really does try harder. See if we can jumpstart him. Sean Delaney was in the next room, seated behind a high desk-sized table. They'd put a canned Coke, a cellophane-shrouded sandwich from a vending machine, a pack of Salem's, and a Bic lighter on the table. Delaney was drinking the Coke. Don introduced himself and asked if there was anything else he could get. You want another Coke, maybe? Some ice? A slice of pizza? No. Look, son, I'm not supposed to. My superiors find out I'm in for a major ass chewing, but I feel like I have to tell you this. Your buddy in there rolled over on you. Told us about the burglaries and all the rest. Name, dates, details, what you did with the take. But I don't know about any of that. Well, sure you don't, but... Don spread his hands imploringly. But I don't know anything, Delaney said. I'd help you if I could. I'm sure you would. So, for a start, why don't you tell us why you killed Darrell Anthony Payne? What? Come on, Delaney. Rauch told us all about it. How he begged you to stop, let it go, but you wouldn't. Out of control, he said. Totally OOC. Wait a minute, okay? I didn't kill anyone. You think that matters, Sean? The meter's ticking. I gotta draw a line at the bottom, add it all up, column A, column B. That's what the city and the citizens pay me for. Your cousin's going down. Up to you whether he drags you down with him or not. And my wife's expecting me home for dinner. Look, I do get to make a phone call, right? Delaney said. Don looked surprised. Man hasn't had his call yet? How'd that happen? I'm not sure, sir. I'll look into it. You do that, detective. But first, you take Mr. Delaney into my office and let him use my phone. Yes, sir. Then you call county and me at home to let me know it's all been taken care of. Pot roast tonight. Should be coming out of the oven just about now. I don't want to miss it. DeSalle and Sean Delaney left. Pot roast, huh? I said. And a wife. Not bad, huh? Maybe I should start writing novels. What can I say? Attitude's everything. Sad thing is, he said half an hour later, as we settled back in the booth at a hole in the wall named Tony's, one of Don's favorites. The kid Delaney, he's probably going to take a hit for this, while this other shit, just because he knows the system, he'll get all the breaks. A huge platter of oysters cruised into port before us. Thanks, Tony, Don said. You going to work on these a while? You better believe it. Want another beer? Don said yes. He got it instantly. You want anything else, just let me know, right? Right. Tony disappeared into the kitchen. We heard rapid fire chopping back there. You still seeing this O'Neill person? Don asked. He loaded horseradish into an oyster, forked the whole thing into his mouth. I nodded. Good. That's good, Lew. Happy for you. Tony emerged from the kitchen to slide another beer into place before Don and to refill my glass of iced tea, pouring sideways from the pitcher just as Don's beeper went off. He pulled it off his belt, put it on the table, and stared at it. Maybe I should just shoot the damn thing. Probably go down okay. You put enough horseradish on it. Yeah. Don stalked off towards the phone booth. He came back 5 minutes later and sank heavily into the booth across from me. Guess you have a big night planned, right, Lew? With your new girl and all? Not really. You mind coming with me, then? I could use the company. He stood and tucked the 5 under the salt shaker. Sure, where are we going? It's Danny, Lew. They just found him. Placed down on Dryades. Apparent suicide.
This could happen to every mother's son.
Rachel was reading the 7th episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.
And you can hear the next part of Eye of the Cricket tomorrow, when after that tragic discovery, Don goes to stay with Lew, and Lew becomes the hero of his neighbourhood when he tackles some local robbers.
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Rachel. We're in New Orleans in 1997. Lew Griffin's friend Don, a police officer, has received the appalling news that his son Danny has committed suicide.
Danny was half afloat, half submerged in a tub full of tepid water. One of those old tubs, heavy as a kettle, up off the ground on a platform with clawed feet. A garbage bag around his head was tied at the neck. His tongue, swollen and purple, protruded. Blood vessels in his eyes had burst, making them look like road maps with nothing but interstates. Bladder and bowels had let go in the water. DeSalle stepped up behind Don. He didn't speak till Don turned around. Looks like an overdose, with the bag for insurance. One of the uniforms told me there's a society recommends this route. Anybody else around? DeSalle shook his head. Have been, though. 2, 3 people at least living here. Looks like. Maybe more. Note, DeSalle handed it to him, sheathed in a sleeve of clear plastic with DeSalle's initials scrawled across the seal. There was only one light in the room, a bare bulb above the sink. Don stood under it as he read the note. Then he passed the note to me. It all comes down to choice, doesn't it? The ones we have, the ones we don't have, those we make and those we're never able to make. Temporary choices, inadvertent choices, final choices. Screw them all. And your goddamn houses out in Metairie, and your kids in private schools, your minimum wage jobs, your sorry-ass unions, and your cops, most of all. Am I making myself clear here? Everything's water if you look long enough, right? It's a strange one, DeSalle said. I handed the note back to Don. No heading or salutation, right? Left side's ragged, torn out of a notebook, diary, something like that. Boy had a lot of anger in him. Always thought it was other people screwed up his life. Don stepped into the front room to speak with Martinez. You guys go back a way, huh? I told DeSalle how Don and I met. Both of us little more than kids, each with his own reason to be searching for the sniper that killed all those people back in the 60s. Don had been shot by the sniper. I'd come upon them in a downtown cul-de-sac and probably saved Don's life. At least he insisted I had. Since then, he'd saved mine more times than I could count. Not many like him on the force, DeSalle said. Not many like him anywhere. You know it. Has to be tough looking at Danny there in the tub. All this. Can't imagine anything tougher. But I think he'd been getting ready for it. Something like this. Then forensics was upon us. Tape measures churred, whisk brooms and tiny vacuums whispered, bits of debris tumbled into baggies. Don stood at the edge of it all, just outside the doorway, watching. Also there, wheezing like a bad accordion, sucking alternately at metered dose inhalers of Atrovent or albuterol and oxygen from the portable compressor hung like an oversized binocular case under one arm, directing auteur-like this too-real dramatic moment, stood Dr. Bajur. You're a boy, I understand. Yeah. She shook her head, squeezed off 2 hits of Ventolin, then wheezed a long exhale. Sure, it's top of the list for you. For me, it's just one more. Pick a number. 12, 13 in there. Wait your turn. I say anything? You will. Her shoulders lifted with the effort to drag more air into faltering lungs. Do the same myself in your position, Walsh. No way I wouldn't. King's horses couldn't stop me. Special favors aren't an option here, Sonia, okay? But I would appreciate anything you can give me quick. What she gave him was a fit of coughing. Sounded as though nails and planks were being ripped out of her body's floor. We've been at this a while now, haven't we? We have indeed, Sonia. Another long exhalation. Bumpy road, lots of lows, a few highs. Few enough. Truly sorry about this one, Walsh. Never had a family myself. Doesn't mean I don't know what it's like. Yeah. You're a better cop than you ever were a father. Being a cop is easy. Yeah, I guess. Words came in a rush, breathless, high in her chest. I barely heard the last few. You... Her mouth went on moving, but no words came forth. Her face turned dark. Sonia, you okay? Want me to call the paramedics? No, I'm okay. Give me a minute. It took more than a minute, but gradually her breathing eased, her color improved. By then her technicians had finished and came to tell her so. She looked at Dawn. Guess we're packing it up. Both have to get back to work now, huh? The real work. Looks like it. No more time for flirting. Flirting. Now, there's a word I haven't heard in a while. My God, are we really that old, Sonia? How'd it happen, huh? I know. I wonder myself. Things go on, years pile up, all the lists get longer. He stood, watching her go. Lew, Don said. Yeah. Okay if I stay with you tonight? Absolutely.
Baby, come go home with me. Baby, come go home with me. I'll make you just as happy as any woman can be.
Damn, another mouth to feed, Zeke said. He'd passed by Don asleep on the couch on his way into the kitchen, where I sat drinking coffee, wondering how early I could start making calls. Sam Delaney to tell him I'd found his brother, Keith Leroy, to thank him for his help. Deborah. Zeke poured himself a cup and sat down across from me, sniffed at it, and held on with both hands, huddling over it the way cons do. I was worried about you, I told him. Haven't seen you in a few days. Well, I've been working on something, just steady chipping away at it. You know how that is. Getting anywhere? Zeke shrugged. Hard to say. We can talk about it later. Meantime, that cop draped all over your couch out there's gotta be your friend Walsh. He'd know instantly, of course, that Don was a cop. No surprise there. What's up? I told him about Danny. Zeke's eyes narrowed when I described the bathroom scene, but he said nothing. Afterwards, he shook his head and poured us each another cup. You might want to give some thought to checking your messages every week or so. Last I counted, there were a stone dozen of them out there on the machine. First was Deborah. Hey, big boy, remember me? 2 and 3 were from the university. Please call. 4 was Sam Delaney. The next couple were junk calls. 7 was Deborah again. Guess not. Then another from Dean Treadwell's office. Someone offered me a bank card. An old client from my PI days wondering if I'd be able to help him again. My agent saying there'd been a Hollywood nibble on one of my books and how was I these days, and a couple of more junk calls. I dialed the flower shop. Rumors of my death and all that. I said when Deborah answered, Lew, everything okay? I told her about finding Sean Delaney, then about Don's son. I'm so sorry, Lew. How's Don? Tough, as always. Sounds like you've had a couple of tough days yourself. I distinctly remember easier ones. Don't we all? When can I see you? At this point, I don't have a clue what the day's likely to turn into. Not another grade 8 mess like yesterday is what I hope. Okay if I call you later? Sure it is. Or just come by. Right. I took the last of the coffee out back, sat on the wooden bench layered with bird droppings under the tree out there. Through the kitchen window, I heard the radio playing, Wagner's overture to the Flying Dutchman, whose questionable hero the devil overhears saying he'll round the Cape if it takes forever, and decides to take him at his word, turning him into a marine version of Sisyphus. An equally questionable angel intervenes, doling him out one day every 7 years on dry land, telling the Dutchman he can be released from this if only he's able to find a woman who'll follow him into death. Much like that questionable hero or angel, Don appeared in the doorway. Tell me it's still Tuesday. Yep, ticking away like all the rest of them. Time goes, we stay. What time? Around 11, I think. I called the department, told DeSalle you wouldn't be in. He said no problem. No one expected you to be. Wanted me to let you know he was thinking about you. Don nodded and dropped onto the bench beside me. I had no idea what thoughts were turning, surfacing, sinking back down in his mind. When do we ever, however close we are to someone? Lots of horses shot up from under us, he finally said. Both of us. No doubt about it, but we always managed to get up again and walk on. After a moment he said, maybe there were times we shouldn't have. The Flying Dutchman ended. The phone rang. I listened for the message and couldn't make it out. I put my hand atop my friend's. "I've been telling you for a while now that it was time you actually found someone," said Dawn. "One of these people you're forever looking for." "Yeah, and I always said you were probably right. Now I'm thinking maybe that someone should be David." We sat watching vines and runners that didn't move, chameleons that didn't stop. Inside, the phone rang again. Dawn's beeper went off. "Together, I mean. We could look for him together. I have a lot of time coming to me." I nodded. "Good," my friend said. "Good."
Hear that lonesome whippoorwill. He sounds too blue to fly. The midnight train is whining low. I'm so lonesome I could cry.
It was good having old friends greet me. They all stood at the doors of their cells watching. A few of them nodded. I was thinking how all my life I never felt I belonged anywhere. Now I knew I did. I belonged here. I hit save, backed the last 20 or so pages onto a disc to join the rest, then started a printout. My letter to Vicky, which had turned into a reinvention of the old man, then into a memoir of Laverne, later into some Cocteau-esque fantasy of men in black tuxedos and women in white dresses emerging from cave mouths or subways, had resolved with absolute simplicity in a matter of 12 or 14 intense, ever-surprising hours into a sequel to my prison novel, Mole. I woke on the floor. The printer had stopped for lack of paper. The phone had stopped too, a couple of times at least, I realized, but now it was ringing again. "You there?" Walsh said when I picked up. "Hello, intelligent life?" Semi, anyway. "Listen, Don, I haven't got any sleep yet. Not so you'd notice it anyway. You want to call me back later?" "Sure I do. Guess I'll have to get your sorry ass off the dime. But if you haven't been sleeping, then just what the hell is it you have been doing?" "I'm as surprised as you are, believe me. But I guess I've just finished a new book." "A new book? Another book? No hope for you, is there, Lou? I'll leave you alone for just a few hours. I figure this is safe. We'll both grab some sleep, get out there, and take care of business. But no, you decide to spend your time on a book." Just what my mother used to say. Only then it was reading books, not writing them. "Yeah, you told me. This book, a good one?" "Never sure at first. I think it is." Dawn made an ambiguous sound somewhere between grunt and laugh. "You at home?" "Yeah." "And?" He knew what I was asking. That's the thing about old friends. So many of your most important conversations are silent. "It's gonna take time, Lou, but listen." "Yeah?" "DeSalle called. Rouch is gonna walk. We scrambled, but there's no way we can make a hard enough case to get him bound over. Everything's circumstantial like it is. So we have him on disorderly in possession, and that's about it. We could hold on to him for another 24 to 48 hours, but what's the point? You see any?" "Guess not. What about Delaney?" "Back in the bosom of his family, even as we speak." Guess that was one phone call I'd waited too long to make. Thanks, Don. Lights out, then. You want I could sing you a lullaby? Not at this point in time. Right. Well, I offered.
The moon just went behind the clouds to hide its face and cry.
Almost 8. I might still be able to catch Deborah at home. How's the fatted calf? I said when she answered. Fatter and fatter. I apologized to her for not calling or coming by as I said I would, then told her about the new book. I guess it was a book, more like a patchwork quilt for me at this point. I remembered individual pages, scenes, all these small islands. Couldn't make much sense of the whole thing. But that's great, Lew. I guess. Right now I feel like a truck ran over me, braked, and backed up to have another go, just in case. So get some sleep. Call me later. The phone rang moments after Deborah and I hung up. Sam Delaney was calling to thank me, he said. Didn't know if I could ever understand how much this meant to him, to all the family. Please send a bill for my services and expect his check by return mail. One more thing, Delaney told me. Yes? My mother said for me to tell you God bless for bringing her son back to her. You tell her I appreciate that, Sam. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I will. I poured O'Doul's into a glass, took it out to the slave quarters and began sorting pages. 40, maybe 50 to go. They curled up slowly, sway-backed out of the belly of the machine and wherever they'd come before that, into the world. What I needed was a real drink. I went back into the house, stuffed my wallet into my shorts and made for the K&B on St. Charles, 1 block over, 6 down. I emerged with a 6-pack of amber in a doubled plastic bag. Walked back over to Britannia with the old man while he told me about his life as a streetcar driver, how much the city and its people had changed over the years. Then we turned different directions, uptown, downtown. But I wasn't alone. A bicycle shot by. Half a block and 3 minutes later, it circled back, looping past more slowly. 2 riders, young black men, apparently tracking a woman who'd stepped out of one of the nearby stands of newly restored doubles on her way to car and work. No reason to worry about me, poorly dressed old black man, unshaven, unkempt, shuffling along with his morning beer, hardly likely to cause problems, be gone the instant anything happened. I stepped up my pace until I was close upon her. I'd begun swinging the 6-pack in his plastic bag idly at my side, letting the arc grow. Concerned about my encroachment, unaware of the real danger, the woman walked faster. No sound of traffic anywhere nearby. That's when they came sailing in. That's also when I spun around, letting the bag fly out, adding the force of my turn to its own weight and momentum. It struck the driver full in the face. He fell heavily back, dislodging his passenger, and the 3 of them, driver, passenger, and bike, went skidding beneath a jacked-up pickup parked half a block down. Several bottles of Abita, whole and partial, chatter against the curb. The woman who'd been their target turned abruptly towards St. Charles. The driver was dead out, with a broken nose and a face that in a day or so would be one massive mask-like bruise. Beneath oversized shorts worn low on his hips, the passenger's tibia jutted out through the flesh of his leg. Neither of them was going anywhere. I knocked at the nearest house, and when a lady in pink housecoat and slippers let the door out on its chain, asked if she'd mind calling the police. She looked off at the kids under the truck, nodded, and backing away, shut and locked the door. Do we ever know how much of what we do, what we decide, what we set in motion is conscious, how much purely not? Easy now to look back at walking away from the university, at my activities over the next several days, even at the new book, with its protagonist's acceptance of his apartness and withdrawal, and see the pattern. Later that day, the unofficial neighborhood watch captains, Norm Marcus and son Raymond, Jean and Janet Prue, came to thank me for putting an end to the robberies. My disavowals and claim that I'd only been on an errand, minding my own business, they refused to accept as other than becoming modesty. Obviously, I'd been out doing legwork, figured where and when the kids were likely to strike next, and contrived to be there. Good detectives make good neighbors. Eventually, I managed to shoehorn them out. all but Raymond, who lingered behind. Something I can do for you, Raymond? Ray, that's what most everyone calls me, except family. Others call me RM. Okay, Ray, it is. Writing a term paper on those sniper shootings back in the 60s, called Joseph, all that. Wondered if you might be able to help me with some of it. Know you're busy. Not that busy. You come on over whenever you want to. We'll talk about all that. Thanks, Lew. He held out his hand. My God, I thought, you wait long enough, they do turn into human beings. Some of them, anyway. I spent the next hour or so figuratively making lists. Not that I'm by nature a list maker. Tend to improvise, I guess. Books, days, life. Wanting to be sure she'd received the new manuscript, I called my agent. Vicky was on another line, but a secretary confirmed that not only did they have the novel, they'd already sent it out. Had even had a nibble or two, though no strikes. Did I want to hold? No. And it might be a while before I was in touch again. Next, I rang Dean Treadwell's office to say that yes, I had resigned my position, and no, I did not foresee returning, nor did I have reason to speak personally with the dean. I began sorting through the bills I kept in a basket on the kitchen table, wrote checks to pay everything off in full, sent the mortgage company a check covering the next year, then put all the rest away in a drawer and picked up the phone again. Dialed one number, and when I got no response, dialed another. Yeah, Don there. Walsh, how many Dons you have? Thought maybe you were calling up the mob, you know? At least he spared me the Brando imitation. This Griffin. Yeah, this Sal. You bet. What the hell you do? They got you answering phones? City's cutting back. Casinos don't hump it quite the way council members thought. Didn't bail the city out. I hang up. For all I know, my next assignment's cleaning bathrooms. Hang on, Lew. Then raising his voice, Hey, Walsh, it's Griffin. You want to talk to him or not? No one else will. Lew, enjoying your time off, I see. Hey, officially I'm not even here. Just figured since you were going to be out of frame for a while, I might as well use the time to catch up on paperwork. What else am I going to do? Lay sod in the backyard? I didn't say anything. You start whistling that don't worry, be happy thing, I'll have to come over there and kick butt. We sat listening to the hum in the wires. Lew? Yeah? What's going on? After a moment I said, I'm not sure. Have to tell you, I don't much like the sound of that. Wouldn't expect you to. Not too crazy about it myself, all things considered. Leaves had gone dead still outside my window. I may be away for a while, Don. I see. We talking a long while or a short one here? I don't know that either. Okay. Wind started up again. Had waited coiled in the trees till now. Windows chattered in their panes. Strands of Spanish moss blew sideways, a few let go. The sky grew dark. You know where I am? Yes. Call me. I said I would. A stutter of rain started down outside. Take care, Lew. Deborah would be at work, of course. I left a message on her home machine asking if she'd take care of Bat, telling her I'd leave a key with Norm Marcus down the street just in case Zeke wasn't around when she came by. I waited, wanting to say something else, getting ready to, but before I could, the machine cut off. I went into the kitchen to put a message on the refrigerator door for Zeke, and stood there looking out the window above the sink. Rain fell without sound through the trees. So much of my life bound up in this house. So many mornings and evenings and nights I'd stood here just like this, or sat at the table for long hours with Laverne, Don, Alouette. Quiet moments as the world outside whirled past over and around, just as it did now. For by this time the storm had arrived in earnest. Rain streamed off roof's edge, a solid curtain shutting off that world, leaving me marooned here on this mutable island. Such comfort, such misgiving in it. Sometimes the future dwells in us without our knowing it, and when we think we are lying, our words foretell an imminent reality. Proust, of course. So it is that my own night town sequence begins.
Rachel was reading the 8th episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.
Lew Griffin's life begins to unravel in the penultimate episode at 9:30 tomorrow night. If you meet me back here at midnight, I'll bring you James Aubrey and Joanna Lumley in our thriller The Psychedelic Spy. That's after 2 hours of comedy right now with Sarah Campbell.
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Ray Shell. We're in New Orleans in 1997. His novel finished, his detective work resolved, his job ended, his son still missing. Lew Griffin's life has started to unravel. He leaves home with a cryptic message to his friend Don that he may be gone away for a while.
Waiting only for the storm to subside, wearing old green jeans I usually reserve for yard work, a pair of blue and silver swayback knockoff Nikes, bruised purple flannel shirt over a denim shirt faded almost to white, and a well-worn, well-torn red T-shirt, green bandana tied at my neck. I left the house within hours of speaking to Don and leaving the message for Deborah. Instinctively, I headed for the river. If indeed there's something at our centers, how do we find our way to it? The doors that should lead there open into closets and storage places, onto dead corridors, back to the outside. Just off Tchoupitoulas, above Napoleon, where train tracks shrug shoulders into the river's curve, I came across a group of elderly black men sitting on the bank around a galvanized tub of iced beer and a bowl of cold fried chicken. Plastic milk crates and cheap folding lawn chairs provided seats. They invited me to join them. "Have some chicken. Help yourself to a beer." A kind of gentleman's club, I learned. They met here each day. We sat swapping stories around the beer tub as people once gathered around campfires. "You remember that Reagan fella? He taught for years at Xavier, history and economics. Everyone called him Professor, one of the true heroes of our cause, along with Jesse Helms, of course. America's memory is short. Abjuring any sense of history, the nation eternally improvises itself. Highwaymen such as Richard Nixon disappear only to emerge years later as elder statesmen. A presidential candidate recently referred to Ronald Reagan as the best president this country ever had. All over America, jaws dropped. But, and this is the amazing part, just as many didn't. "Yes, sir, we be retired, the most of us," one of the companies said. Fishing the beer from the tub, he opened it. It spewed, provoking general laughter. "Well, we are all right. Retired. Tired and tired again. American dream word, ain't it? Retired." By this time, chickens were nibbled down to dry bone. Beer had become a couple of dozen empty cans floating in tepid water, and fish, if indeed they'd ever entertained such, had given up any notion of biting. The group began dispersing. I bade them goodbye. I slept that first night under a bench in a pie-slice park on Magazine. Early morning, I woke to the sound of a car idling nearby and a voice above me. Policeman squatting there, face through the bench's slats, looking all of 16 years old, telling me I'd best move along. Partner in the car watching, hands wrapped around a plastic cup of Circle K coffee. "You okay, sir?" "Sir, I guess some things do change." I nodded. "You heard me, right?" I began climbing out from under the bench, stiff and sore from the day's walking as much as from the night's cramped position. "Hey, you okay? When's the last time you ate? Don't know how you guys pull it off here." He handed me a $5. "But it's for food, right? Nothing else." I thanked him. "No problem. Listen, you take care, okay?" He got back in the car. The radio crackled. They had the air cranked up high. He and partner sat watching as I moved away down Magazine. The street turned one way and empty here. No one coming uptown this time of day. The whole city might be deserted. Lifeless husks of cars, shells of buildings. I was the only one left alive. Later that morning, as I walked by an empty lot on Lower Britannia where an impromptu flea market had sprung up, I thought how much of my life these past 40-plus years since I came to New Orleans had been passed simply moving through the city, watching it close and reopen like some huge wooden stone flower around me, forever new, forever the same, and how much, on the other hand, passed as I sat afloat, apart and alone, a distracted Archimedes in my room. All those years I'd believe I understood the city's real life, conceit of the worst sort. Whole generations of change had passed outside, fogging the glass with their breath as they peered in, some of them knocking at the pane. As I sat writing my own books and reading others, sunk in the dailiness of my life. Pascal claimed that all man's unhappiness arises from the single fact that he is unable to remain quietly in his own chamber, hedging the bet again. Appropriately enough, I thought of Handsome's Hunger, how, on a gloomy wet morning, the novel's protagonist departs with his few yet unpawned possessions rolled into a blanket, promising in a note left behind to his landlady that soon enough, away from these distractions, he'll remit not only her due, but a handsome interest as well. I thought, too, of the immense sadness of Rambo's last letter, dictated to his sister the day before his death. I imagine her at bedside taking this down. Then, as Arthur falls back into pure delirium, I smell her soap-washed body, the stench of his decomposing leg, and sour acid sweat, unguents and incense set out to cover these. Stepping to the door where Mother waits, saying, "Perhaps he will rest now." Send me the list of fares from Afanar to Suez. I am completely paralyzed. Therefore, I wish to be embarked early. Tell me at what time I must be carried on board. That second night, I slept in the Faubourg's block of a park, wakened just past dawn by the rattle of chains being unwound from steel gates. Someone stood over me looking down. I heard his breath coming and going, smelled the cup of coffee he'd just drunk, traces of musk from early morning sex. Should he speak or keep his peace? I started back up Frenchman towards the quarter. Forlorn horn from the river, just blocks away. Some outbound ship awaiting bodies. Tell me at what time I must be carried aboard.
Down to the river to watch the fish swim by. But I got to the river lonesome I wanted to die, oh Lord. And then I jumped in the river, but the doggone river was dry.
That whole day, I strayed through the city, seeing it as though for the first time, fresh off one of the ships, without even language to contain this experience, codify it. A painter once remarked that seeing consists of forgetting you know the name of the thing that's seen. Soon, too, basic fundamentalist ranting, recalling all those youthful Sundays back home, packed into my suit and clip-on tie, pant seat, polishing hardwood pews under stained glass windows, illustrating the parable of the talents, Jesus bringing in sheaves, the prodigal son, stone rolled back from the tomb. I'd been here before, last Thursday, following up on the list Richard Garces gave me, the guy who finally admitted, well, yes, he did kind of look after things. Nowhere in evidence now, I noticed, had shown me around, guided me to boxes of books stacked in the hall by his own cramped room. It all looked substantially different now, of course. Perspective is everything. Lights Out was at 10. Then you lie listening to bodies turn on the spit of their memories, volleys of farts from newly challenged digestive systems, the occasional scream or convulsion, conversations so private that only one person's involved. You feel the rasp of coarse blankets, monitor the thunder-like rumbling of your own bowels. You're asleep, then awake, then asleep again, but aware you're dreaming. Another border giving way. Never more alone than at 3 a.m. Wake without reason. Night's face staring you down. ERs fill with patients. Men my age suddenly alert, certain that the pain in their arms a heart attack. Dim residual light from outside. Lash of car headlights. Someone moving below me. A voice. You okay, man? Come here often, do you? I reply. Regular soup kitchen Sam, yeah. Don't guess you know what time it is. If I had had a brother, this was the way it might have felt. Parents elsewhere in the house. Two of us up here in the crow's nest holding out against the world. 3:18. Okay. So that morning light in the windows, only imagination. Too much night left. Name's Griffin, right? A beat went by. 2 beats. Word is, you're a good man. What everyone says, what they don't know is why you'd be down here now, where you are. I give up. Don't know myself. My grandmother used to tell me how this collector'd come round, tell her records show she owed some arrears. He stayed to drink a cup of coffee, then after he was gone, she lift up the napkin, found a $5 bill there. Neither of us said anything for a while, lay listening to the bodies around us. Grandmother raised me. Neither one of us ever knew where my mother might have gotten off to. Never developed much feeling for people. Maybe because of that, who knows? Mostly dog meat from my experience. Scrape out the bowl. But I purely loved that woman. One of our shipmates lunged past, bouncing from bed to bed, and fetched up against the wall, where he began sonorously throwing up, raw meat smell of blood. Gran's life was hard. Wasn't much ever came along to ease it. We fell asleep again. Then 5 or so, some fool decided his destiny was to liberate whatever I'd squirreled away in my bunk and came rooting. I heard him 4 steps off. I just clamped a fist around his balls when a hand snaked down from the bunk above, wrapped hair about itself, and lifted. The would-be hijacker's eyes went round, feet half a foot off the floor. Your call, my bunkmate said. What do we do with this piece of shit? What the hell? Turn him loose, I guess. You sure? Yeah. Not much fun in that, is there? But he set him down. The hijacker scuttled away. Light had begun breaking outside, real this time, not imagined. We lay there wide awake. Be routing us for breakfast soon enough, my bunkmate said. You up for slimy grits, soggy toast, and half-done eggs? I've handled worse. Bet you have. Don't mean to impose your life and your business, but why are you down here? Trying to find myself. Bad thing to lose. Have to admit it takes some doing. Or maybe not, come to think of it. Meanwhile, things had picked up in the kitchen. Smell that coffee. No better smell in the world. Spoken like a true New Orleanian. One tip for you, though. Okay. Don't touch the casseroles or macaroni. Pastor here kill you. It's documented.
Well, I got a bad liver and a broken heart. Yeah, I drunk me a river since you tore me apart. And I don't have a drinking problem, except when I can't get a drink. And I wish you'd have known her, we were quite a pair. She was sharp as a razor and soft as a prayer.
The city had followed Rambo's advice. Je est un autre. I is another. Or maybe it was just that I had become another, which I guess was pretty much young Arthur's point. Everything had changed because I had changed. The shape of the jar defines what is contained. We can say only what language allows us to say. And to say more, we must change language itself. It was a quest A.R. finally fled, taking his sad doom refuge in Abyssinia. But he'd almost done it. He'd bent language almost into new shapes before it sprang back. And now, I was in a kind of Abyssinia myself. Soon enough, I'd lost all sense of time. I might just as easily have been on the streets a week, 6 or 8 weeks, months on end. Not that anything was lost. On the contrary, each moment was scored deeply into my memory. Days and time of day had become irrelevant. Only the moment mattered. I passed from missions doling out watery soup and day-old bread donated by Lettenheimer Bakery to others where we queue for beds. Take a number, please, till available spaces are filled. Shipwreck victims awaiting allocation to lifeboats. To squatters' pads and abandoned, half-demolished buildings reeking of fresh human refuse and decomposing foodstuffs, to curiously medieval communities pitched beneath the vaults of Passovers and bridges, and villainesque thieves' societies met in the cloisters of canal culverts. Days I walk as though for the city to keep its existence, not fade away, it must daily, hourly, ceaselessly be traced over, repaced, reaffirmed. One afternoon I found myself in Britannia, sitting on the steps of a recently renovated, still unoccupied double across the street. Through the front windows of my old house, I watched Zeke step from table to mantel and back again, speaking animatedly with someone out of sight, huge ceramic mug in his hand. An early dinner, perhaps, just now finished. A hand and lower arm came into view, narrow wrist, slim fingers entwined about the stem of a wine glass. Then, for the second time, a police car cruised slowly by, and I knew it was time to pick up my bag of belongings and move along. Another afternoon, could have been the next, or weeks later, or a month, I found myself sitting on the levee with a man whose face I knew. He had a bag of food he'd salvaged from the dumpster out behind Frankie's in the river bend, a melange of fried shrimp, garlic toast, pasta and fish, soggy forlorn fries, broccoli and carrots, even half a steak. I had a plastic bottle I'd filled with water at an Exxon station and 4 beers I'd filched from a car whose driver stopped off at Lenny's newsstand for a paper and left the windows down. I tore one of the beers free of its plastic webbing and handed it to my companion. Nodding thanks, he worked the can into the dirt beside him, digging out a niche for it. On the back of a pizza carton, he carefully set out for me 4 shrimp, portions of pasta, 3 pieces of fish, fries, a watery mound of broccoli and carrots, and something else, Merleton maybe. We ate, and when my companion held the empty can high over his mouth to drain at the last drop, I handed him another beer. He looked momentarily surprised, hesitated before accepting it. "Obliged," he said, among the first words to pass between us. "You a reader by any chance?" I asked once we'd eaten a while. "Like books?" He grunted and took a sip of beer. Me, always did, from the very first, early as I can remember. Used to hold them up in front of me, couldn't have been more than 4 or 5 years old, pretend I was reading. What I'd done was memorize them, word for word. "Yeah? Well, good on you. That's what Brits say. Good on you." My companion nodded. "Good on you." His eyes peered into the middle distance, lost in memory. "Doubled up for a time with a Brit. We looked out for each other, done for each other, you know. This was some years back. Nights we'd lie there and he'd start telling me all these things he knew, things out of books. Greek plays, the lake poets, Christopher Smart and what Sam Johnson said about him. Old Bertie Russell. We're the true hollow men, the stuff men, he'd say. Headpieces filled with straw. Rats feet over broken glass in our dry cellars and like that. Nigel his name was. Smartest man I ever knew or I'm likely to. For a moment again, his eyes went away. Thing was, Nigel truly loved his drink. One day we were sitting at a bus stop on Magazine, just getting out of the heat for a minute, you know, when a cab pulls over and a man in a pinstripe suit gets out to go into an antique store. Nigel says, the way he always would, "Good day to you." And this stops the guy dead in his tracks, 'cause he's British too, you see. They talk a while, and the man pulls out his wallet and hands Nigel a $50 bill. Nigel, he just sits there staring at it. "Good on you," Nigel says to him finally. "Good luck to you, Ta," the man says. We went straight over to the K&B on St. Charles, Nigel and I did, and we bought a gallon of cheap gin, another of bourbon, 3 or 4 6-packs of Ballantine beer. Had them put it in proper bags and everything. I don't remember a lot else. Not much of a drinking man back in those days, and all that alcohol hit me hard. I came round sometime that evening. His voice sounded funny. "Rest of this money is yours now, I guess," Nigel said. $8 and some jingly. "You've been a good mate, Robert Lee. I don't recall anyone else ever calling me by name, not for years." I walked over there by him, and he was laying across the tracks, and the whole bottom of him, waist on down, it was like one of them ventriloquist dummies. Nothing much left there, just this flat, floppy stuff. He'd passed out on the tracks and a train had run over him.
That are started by dames, it ain't like asbestos. It don't do nothing but rest us assured and substantiate the rumors that you've heard.
"Look," I said after a decent amount of time had passed, "I don't mean to get too personal here. Don't want to crowd you. But I know you. Don't see how. From the picture on your books. The old man, mole, skull meat. I worn out 4 or 5 copies of every one of them. Gave away as many more to friends. You're Lew Griffin. He scooped up another mouthful of vegetables. You think so? Washed them down with a hit of beer. Griffin, you say? Griffin. He shook his head. I don't know. Maybe I used to be. My old man used to say, here in America, we could be anything we want to be. Yeah, right. But I don't remember much these days. What I do remember, it comes in spurts, same as my pee does. Can't even much say as I want to remember. Not really. He ran fingers across a permanent stubble of beard. Dry skin flaked off into his shirt. Griffin. In the darkness, things always go away from you. Memory holds you down while regret and sorrow kick hell out of you. I prompted. Well, that's the truth for sure. He scooped up what remained of the vegetables, a greenish paste nearly as appetizing as baby food from the jar. Don't guess you'd have any more of these beers. He well knew I did. I tore the next to last one free of its webbing. Obliged. We sat quietly side by side. The sun was beginning to set. New Orleans doesn't go in much for twilight. Sun there on the horizon one moment, light still good. 10 minutes later, it's nighttime. We've met before, I said. You don't remember. He shook his head. Hotel Dieu? You've been beaten pretty severely. Everyone thought a truck had run over you. I don't know when this was, a while back, but you were pretty bad off. They weren't sure you were going to make it for a while there. Then you left. Just got up one day and walked out. Can't say as I remember any of that. Sorry. You had a book with you at the hospital. I rummaged in my bag and pulled it out. This one. He took it from me, looked at the cover, then turned it over to read the back cover. Held it like a deck of cards, fanning his thumb along the edge back to front, rifling pages. Several pages all but separated themselves. Later, when you asked, I left my notebook with you. I exchanged book for notebook. He browsed through, turning pages at random. That's your writing, all but the first 4 or 5 pages. Yeah, could be, I guess. Not so as I can remember, mind you. Definitely strange. Places I recognize in here, people I know I've come across, sure. Not much to tie it all together, though, is there? Not a lot. But you do remember the book, the notebook, writing in it? Maybe, hard to say. Not much I can depend on these days, too much if it gets away from me. He held up the empty can, looking at it. Hotel Dieu. Supposed to be called University Hospital now, but no one does. Something back there in the shadows for sure. You were there, you say? I nodded. I remember someone pulled a tube out of my throat. You were on a ventilator for a while, a breathing machine. I was there when they took you off. All at once I had to breathe again, had to go on. Before, it had been so easy. Always that choice. We spoke, didn't we? Something about a missing son, old man looking for him. Ever find him? Night had not so much fallen about us as it had toppled there, collapsed, capsized. I shook my head. No, I said.
Ray Shell was reading the 9th episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.
And tomorrow, in the final episode of the story, we'll find out if Lew Griffin's son is to be found after all. Sarah Campbell is on the way with tonight's Comedy Club, so that means that I'll be back at midnight for the final part of the thriller The Psychedelic Spy. So do join me then, if you can.
To a deadly political operative.
So you know who I am.
You are Bishop Richelieu.
And who are you?
Who do you wish me to be?
The genesis of Alexander Dumas' Femme Fatale.
Where are you going?
To hell, in all likelihood.
Oh, give my regards to Beelzebub.
Milady on Radio 4. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
This is BBC Radio 4 Extra.
And now we come to the final chapter of Eye of the Cricket. Adrift in New Orleans in search of his son, Detective Lew Griffin meets a stranger, and somehow all the threads of the last few days and of Lew Griffin's last few years start falling into place.
Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis, read by Rachel and Joel Carey. While tramping the streets of New Orleans, Lew Griffin has met a man whom he's met before, in a hospital, with a copy of Lew's novel The Old Man in his pocket, inscribed to David. David is Lew's son, who was left home and disappeared some years before. Perhaps this stranger has news of him.
Night had not so much fallen about us as it had toppled there, collapsed, capsized. Lights lashed up from boats on the river, others stabbed at the darkness from cars racing past on Leak Avenue behind us. "Someone else brought news, or no news," said my companion, searching back in the shadows of his mind. "Someone else, then. I was terrible sick, some kind of flu, burning up one minute, freezing the next. Let go in the bed a couple of times, I know of at least, too weak to crawl out. Guess he probably cleaned that up too, in between reading this book to me, spooning soup down me. He must have read that book to me cover to cover half a dozen times. Don't suppose you remember what he looked like. Not paying much attention at the time, not quite there, right? Young man, what I see now, I look back on it. Black or white? Black, like you. Mostly his eyes, I remember. His eyes. Brown, with green floating around somewhere in there. Never could say just how or where. Like yours. Ever hear his name? He thought it over. Sorry, can't recall his ever using one. Not much use for names, situations like that. Never heard another staff member speak to him, maybe call him by name. He shook his head. I think I'd remember. Whole thing's etched in my mind like a dream. Doesn't make much sense, but you can't shake it off, can't get shed of it. I thought I was dying, held on pretty hard to whatever I could grab onto. Strange times. Dark now was absolute. One more beer. Got your name on it, I said. Why not, then? First he rolled along his forehead, then popped it open and drank. One thing, he said. Yes. Never thought of this before. I waited. When I first started coming out of it, most of it's kind of a blur, you understand. What happened when, the order of things, all jumped up together. But now I think about it, there was this one time I came half awake, and someone standing there over me saying, "You're going to be okay. You hear me? You're going to be okay. It's just a matter of time now." I remember reaching up, things still not too clear, didn't know him. Could be one of those who'd been chasing after me. I try to ask him. He takes my hand and bends close over me. Now his face fills the sky. Can't make out what I'm saying. "David," he says. "You asking after David?" He's gone on. Sicker ones than you here now, mate. But not to worry. We'll take good care of you.
I speak to you, I think you understand, you know, you made your son Joseph a dangerous man, boy. He's gone to town, bought himself a gun. This could happen to every mother's son.
Welcome back. Yeah, I guess you could say the same to me, but neither of us has ever really been away, have we? We drag our worlds along with us and we can't let them go. Can't get rid of the damn things. Trapped animals have better sense. They'll gnaw a leg off and crawl away. We just tell ourselves that once we get the furniture inside our heads rearranged, it's gonna be a new room, a new world. Sure it is. But you're gonna be okay, Louis. We both are. You've been here just over 3 weeks. Don't suppose you remember much of it. Police picked you up finally. You'd been sitting on curbs outside Cooter Brown's in a string of bars up on Oak, berating customers as they came out, demanding what you kept calling donations, going in these places and before they heaved you back out, grabbing half-finished beers and drinks off the tables. Sound familiar? You still feel like you're underwater looking out. What you told me a few days ago. It's because the doctors have you on some pretty heavy sedation. You've been off IVs a couple of days now. You were so dehydrated when you got here you could barely pull your tongue away from the roof of your mouth. Another day or two now, you might even be able to keep food down again. Much of last week come back to you? February 11th, a Monday? Well, maybe some of it will, in time. You never know. What does it matter? You're here. You survived. That's the important thing. Okay. You're right. It does matter. And not only to you. 3, 4 in the morning, I had a phone call. Dan the man 2 flights down, I hear him stomping upstairs like he's driving railroad spikes with his feet. Everyone in the house awake for sure and lying there listening to this. No way anyone's going to sleep through it. Then there's this polite knock at the door. You got a call, brother. Brother's what most people call me here. Started out like so many things do, as a joke. Someone saying, hey bro, because I was black. Someone else picking it up, calling me Brother Teresa. I'd never had a call before. Guy on the other end tells me his name is Richard Garces. No, I didn't know him. Only met him last week. But he told me how over the years he built up this loose network of people like himself. Social workers, mental health nurses, and techs. People he talked to over the net on a regular basis. And how some years back he'd started hearing things he got curious about. So he pushed a little, asked a few strategic questions, kept his ears open, and started putting it together. Hardest thing he ever did, he said. Not telling you. He figured it was my own life, that I had my reasons which reason could not know, and so on. But that night on the phone, he told me things had gone upside down, and that he thought I should know. 10 minutes tops, I was on my way. They were holding you at the University Hospital pending court hearing. Don Walsh came in not long after. Didn't say much, just shook hands. A little sadly, I thought. I didn't learn about Danny till later. And introduced his friend from the DA's office, a woman named Arlene. Arlene's wearing jeans and a pink dress shirt with a man's tie at half-mast and a leather fanny pack. She steps through, around, and past legal formalities like she's off somewhere else reading a book or having a good meal. This is so simple. And before any of us know it, we're out on the other side, standing on the sidewalk with this miserable 6 a.m. rain slopping down on us into clogged gutters. Whole city starting to smell like wet sheep. You and Deborah been together long? Just wondered. She was there too by then. Asked if it were possible the two of you might be alone a while. She had her car. She'd bring you around to the center. 3 weeks, or just over. You came in on a Sunday. It's Monday now, late afternoon. I did keep track of your books. Every new one that came out, I'd read it thinking, okay, he's managed to pull it off one more time. I tried to figure out the people I knew, which of your apartments you were describing, the bars and restaurants and women you wrote about. The old man's still my favorite. You all right? Need to rest? That's some strong stuff you're behind right now. Know how it is. Been there, done that. Maybe later we'll have the chance, be able to talk about all that. I used to think a lot about that story you were always telling. How back home your father took you to breakfast one morning at Nick's on the levee by the river, and how once you'd ordered and got your plates through a side window in the kitchen and was sitting there on the steps of the old railway station watching all the white folks so warm at the tables inside, and balancing greasy paper plates on knees shaky with cold. He told you that no matter what you did, raise his children for him, fight his wars for him, keep his economy afloat, to the white man, you'd always be invisible. Mirrors weren't made for the likes of us, you said. But of course, I knew there was no way I was going to be kept away from those mirrors. Mirrors? Hell, I'd be on the covers of their goddamn magazines. We're kids. Stuff like that goes through us like water. What's my old man know? Or your old man? Any old man? Things are different now. World's different. I'm different. Sure. So I go on reading my books, and then one day, it seems all of a sudden at once now when I look back at it, there I am, in Europe, halfway to being an old man myself. Biggest damn mirrors you ever saw. Here's everything I've been taught is most important. Everything I've made so much a part of my life, of what I am. European art, European history, European literature, everything that defines the culture I live in. Put out your hand and you touch it. Knock over some monument of unaging intellect if you're not careful. Then one day I realize I can't see myself in those mirrors anymore. I'm simply not there. Not there at all. However hard I stare. Because my skin is black? Because I'm not European? You tell me. I haven't figured it out. But everything I'd based my life on was suddenly gone. I came back to the States only to find that this had all become every bit as alien to me now as Paris, Berlin, or London. Brittany with its cattle, Kent with its sheep. The whole country was forts now. Fort Lakeside, Fort Britannia, malls and parking lots and fast food chains. Everybody zipping past at 40, 50 miles an hour like trapped flies banged against windows. Everybody shut away in his own little world. And the more you're alone, the more natural seems the importance, the supremacy of self. Other lives become little more than contrails dissolving on the sky. Somehow, I knew I had to break out of that tyranny, get the windows open, learn to move slowly again, break the mirrors, embrace others' lives. I called you twice, but couldn't figure out what to say. I waited till the machine cut off, then hung up myself. But you know that, of course. You wrote about it. I've been here at the center almost the whole time. Found out pretty quickly that the pain I carried around with me, thought I couldn't bear. Compared with others, that pain was nothing. These faces, they're the mirrors I can see myself in. Every one of them.
Well, I wish I was in New Orleans. I can see it in my dreams. Arm in arm down Burgundy, a bottle and my friends and me.
Within the week, I was transferred to a halfway house in Midtown, a once grand home now given to dangerously sagging porches and balconies with railings like decayed teeth, across the street from a service station recently converted to a falafel house, sheets of plywood still stacked along the side. Holding on for dear life, and for lack of any other entertainment, inmates sat out on the balconies to watch citizens come and go. A couple of weeks later, I was home, where this time Zeke, in turn, met me at the door. "This is my son, Brother David," I said, and everyone laughed. Richard Garces, Don, Deborah, Norm, and Ray R.M. Marcus from up the street. All of them had come to see me home, and they'd all brought food. For the next hour or two, we worked our way through, around, and over pots of red beans and rice with grilled sausage, steaming gumbo which protruded various claws and halves of bivalve shells, tassel on a bed of mixed greens, boiled crawfish. Zeke made untold pots of coffee, and for Deborah, cup after cup of tea, which he delivered to her on a small tray, complete with cream pitcher, lemon slices, vat of sugar, and a Demitas spoon he found somewhere. Hard to tell whether she or he got the bigger kick out of it. Music was catch as catch can. Whoever first noticed the last record, tape, or CD was done went over and put on whatever he or she wanted to. I remember hearing Fats Waller, Mozart's horn and clarinet quintets, Arrested Development, Frank Sinatra punching out lounge lizard standards. No idea how that ever got in there, not mine. Blind Willie McTell and Wife, the Charlie Christian Minton sessions, Irish music recorded live at Matt Malloy's, Springsteen's The Ghost of Tom Joad. Hours later, Don and I found ourselves sitting on the bench under the tree in the backyard by the slave quarters. People still moved around inside the house in the light. Dark out here. Moonlight pushing through clouds, through humidity that shelled the moon in nacreous layers, making it a pearl. A few more neighbors had shown up, a teacher or two, Sally Mara with her latest young man, the two of them all in black. Keith Leroy wearing perfect English. "I hope you know how happy I am for you, Lou," Walsh said. "I mean that. I know you do. So what's up? David planning to stay here a while?" "I hope so. I've asked him." "Good. That's good. And Deborah, how do things stand there?" I shrugged. "We'll see. Give time, as the 12-steppers say." "Yeah. Has to be tough for her, all this coming down on her at once." "Yeah. No question how much she cares, you know. All she can do just to take her eyes off you in there. Do me a favor. Don't screw this one up, Lou. Just don't expect as much out of her, out of the rest of us, as you do from yourself." "You're saying this to a man who 3 weeks ago was drinking dregs out of beer bottles, cigarette butts, and all." "Yeah, but I didn't say anything about what you do. I was talking about what you expect of yourself." We sat together a while without saying more. Faintly, I could hear people's laughter from a neighboring yard. Some guest I didn't know stepped just outside the kitchen door to smoke, nodding politely toward Don and me. A squirrel leapt from root's edge to banana plant, came within half an inch of not making it. He was screwed up, Lou. Always had been. Lazy as overcooked spaghetti. Weak. No skills, social or otherwise. Never gave me reason to think he'd ever be anything else. Minutes went by. I loved him, Lou. No one else can understand that the way you do. I miss him always will. I slid my arm over my friend's shoulder there in the close New Orleans night, in that struggle of moonlight.
Men walking along the railroad tracks, going someplace and there's no going back. Highway patrol choppers coming up over the ridge. Hot soup on a campfire in the bridge.
The struggles continue, for all of us, I guess. Very strange to have this house full of life again. I'm sitting here in the slave quarters looking across to the house, thinking about past months. David stayed over a week, then another. Before long, without even discussing it, we all knew he lived here, goes off to work in the morning and comes home every night just like a businessman, taking care of the city's wounded and walking dead. Some days I go along with him. Zeke never quite got around to moving out either. He works for the Times Picayune as an investigative reporter. Same thing I always did, he likes to tell people. Only now they let me walk around a lot more. Walsh even moved in for a while there. Most of a month, when nights got too hard and shadows too deep and thoughts of Danny crowded close. Eventually, he pulled things back into place and went home. But while he was here, evenings after dinner, we'd sit outside talking. Beneath it all, tacitly, the way men our age do, I'm sure we were asking ourselves how all these years had got by us. David, Zeke, Walsh, a couple of others too, but I'll save that. Meanwhile, something extraordinary sits on the desk beside me. I've spent almost 6 weeks, day and night, working on this, and now I have no idea what I'll do with it. Look through all my published books, and you'll find much the same. What I did here in this extraordinary thing sitting beside me is this. I quit trying. Quit trying to finesse the failures and forfeitures of my life into fiction, to tuck people I love safely away in the corners of novels. Quit trying to force patterns, however comforting and fetching and artistic these patterns might be, onto the catch-as-catch can of what I actually lived, the rigorous disorder of my days. This extraordinary thing is my autobiography. And I've no idea what to do with it. No idea at all. Publishers aren't likely to be interested in an account so plain and unembellished, so down, so apart. Should I publish it as fiction? No doubt my editors, though I'd feel it a deep dishonesty, would welcome this. Maybe best that I simply file it away with all the other papers. All those fat files neither I nor anyone else will ever read again. Its frail purpose served. 6:40, almost dark. Zeke walks into the kitchen to start dinner, snaps the light on, and waves through the window above the sink. Minutes later, David shows up, home early, misery down 30% in New Orleans today, and knocks at the door with chamomile tea. Dinner in an hour, he says. Zeke time, of course, which means closer to 2. I sip the tea, supposed to stay off caffeine, supposed to stay off damn near everything, as though I'd had enough of it. I haven't had enough of anything yet, however long and hard the siege has been. Some nights, I sit on the bench outside and I'm rendered mute, absolutely mute, by the touch of the wind on my face, by light inside the house. How beautiful the world can be. I loved you, Vicky, and you, Laverne, and yes, you, Claire. Loved you all and still do. All so much a part of me now, like Deborah. She showed up at the door one morning days after I'd come back from Nighttown. If it's okay with you, I thought I'd just drop my things off here and go on to work. She handed a suitcase through the door. I'm running late, though. What else is new? See you tonight, Lew. You sure about this? She looked at me for a moment and nodded, then turned and broke for her car. We never spoke about it again. It's her home now, as much as it's mine, David's, or Zeke's.
Tell me I could live without you. Tell me let the good times roll. Tell me I could live as half a man. Loving you's what made me whole. There was a time when I could sing to you, live for the light that I could bring to you. I sat down to sing a lonely song. God knows I never thought that it could last so long.
There's another as well. I was in the slave quarters working on this extraordinary thing, this book or whatever it turns out to be, almost done with it in fact, when David came to the door. "Someone to see you, Dad." I waved my hand, a little impatiently, I'm sure, to indicate that I was working and didn't care to be bothered. "I know. You'll want to see her. I wouldn't interrupt you otherwise. She's in the front room." I read the last couple of paragraphs, hit save, got up and went in through the kitchen. Bat appeared from nowhere, buzzed first my feet, then his nearly full bowl, urgently remonstrating. When I stepped into the front room, just past the sill, her face turned to me, and for a moment irrational fear flooded me. It could have been, for that moment I almost believed it was, her mother watching me. Then tears welled behind my eyes. "Hi, Louis," she said, "looking pretty good for an old fart." She stepped towards me on the bare wood floor, one step, then another, had her mother's easy grace. Probably I should have called, but these days I got in the habit of doing things on a little more personal level. If you want me to leave, I will. I shook my head. I've been straight a year now. That's what I promised myself. Once I made it a year, I'd see you again. I've never forgotten what you did for me, Louis. I could use a friend. Difference is, now I can be a friend too. Mute with the beauty of the world again, with its simple pleasures, I took those 3 necessary steps and took Alouette in my arms. Neither of us spoke for a while. When I was in the hospital on the breathing machine, you sat beside me for hours, it seemed, and you told me about when you first met my mom, how much you loved her, and how you'd never been able to tell her that. Once I was off crack, then later off alcohol. Whenever things started getting bad, I'd remember your sitting there by me, telling me all that. That's what kept me going. I just hope someone someday might love me like that I'd be worth it. I saw the way your pain and your sorrow, your sense of regret got all mixed up with the love you had for her, with your tenderness, all those complicated memories, and I think that's what I've cut myself off from. More than anything else, I just wanted to feel again, Louis. "Whatever the cost?" I asked. "Yes." "Welcome back," I said to Alouette. "Welcome home."
Rachel and Joel Carey were reading the final episode of Eye of the Cricket by James Sallis. The music consultant was Paul Evans, and the book was abridged and directed by Gordon House.